Here we go, people. What up? What up? What up? Can we do it? Can we go from gold 2 to platinum? Placed silver in season 1, gold season 2, gold since gold 4 actually. I'm in gold 2 now. Can I push it to platinum? Let's see. Oh, not looking too hot. Let's see. Yo, yo, yo.
What up,
What's
what up?
cracking?
Howdy.
I run champions team again.
Oh, you're the champions, eh?
Yeah, we're cool motherfuckers. Alright, let's do train. Are you gonna get on that first game, Joe, or you gonna stay there for a bit?
Yeah, I can get enough practice by the time you guys die.
Alright.
Let me know if the music's too loud.
I'll take one of them. Alright.
Thank you.
So we both have a real gun.
Yeah.
I'm a real boy.
Oh man, oh, is that... I got one full down, I've heard another one.
Oh, I'm getting shot in the back by somebody else. I hopped off. Dude right here is gonna kill me.
Okay, I'm jumping off,
Ah, nice.
Alright,
Got him.
Go teammate. Go teammate. It's birthday.
Teammate's birthday.
It's birthday. Go teammate. Go teammate.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Somebody just killed me before he could revive me.
Oh, fuck.
I think from down at ground level there.
Teammate got your thing?
Yeah.
There's some heals for teammate. Oh, they have a med kit. Yeah. Alright, I think we're safe. Alright. We'll do the building respawn. Still seeing a lot of shit. Yeah, this looks unmuted. Alright, Mr. Zero, you are coming back. There's a 99 here.
Alright.
I'm gonna start on the very bottom floor. This whole building isn't looted, so we can just beat the shit out of this bitch.
Oh, did her fucking teammate snatch the 99 from underneath me? What the fuck?
Oh, did they really?
Oh no, he didn't. Right? No, he didn't. He got some other gun. And threw down one. He threw down a gold 99. No, it's kind of cute.
Oh, did he? Oh shit! So he had a gold 99. I got a gold Prowler off of that thing. I didn't even know they had gold.
Me neither.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I heard that they
Gold
might be getting
2020.
that.
That's way different.
No, it's a gold 2020. Yeah.
A little bit, almost the same thing.
Gold 2020 is not even as good as like a gold Mozambique. Gold Mozambique was like vicious.
That was pretty vicious.
I got this gold 99. I mean regular Mozambique. Like,
Broken
pretty much the same
fentanyl.
thing. But yeah, the gold G2020 I actually kind of like. I have some good games with it sometimes.
I do too sometimes, yeah. It depends on the situation, but yeah. Do you want to go where this kid's going? I don't know. I mean, it's just more shit to loot.
Yeah, sure.
Oh shit, enemy. I'm coming back in the building.
Yeah, they're in my building.
Oh wait, where are you at? Are you still in the same building?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see you on my mini map for some reason. Oh, you're right
There's
below me.
smoke
Okay.
out there. Yeah, they're over there. I see them.
Yeah,
They're over
okay.
there like hiding and shit.
Broke his shield. Broke one of their shields. Here comes another one. Broke his shield.
Yeah. Got one of them.
Got another.
That's everybody.
It's the whole damn lobby.
Good shit. Oh, lobby. Dude, this kid's a speed rooting song bitch. There's some heavy in this spots I'm looking at. 71.
Not anymore.
Oh shit. What a bitch. Here, I'm throwing a Phoenix kit in there. Throwing a Phoenix kit.
I have enough fuel. I want to drop fuel cells too. I just want to use.
I got a couple. Okay, I got a couple here. I'm gonna drop a stack heavy for you. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah. There's some syringes.
Got plenty of heals, thanks. Yeah, I got plenty. Damn, I didn't even see there was a third box.
That's the one I killed over there. Oh yeah. Ooh, heavy ammo. Motherfucking right. Just stack of light. Oh, that's it.
Oh yeah, I'm good, thank you. Oh, I hear.
You hear people?
Oh,
Bullets, I see
no,
it.
no, that was our teammate running right beside me.
Yeah. He is pretty intimidating when he's running around.
Yeah.
People might be running in from the circle right here.
Yeah, I'm kind of peeking in the direction you sent your decoy.
It's not this time. Let's go find some people to
Get
kill.
them people to kill.
Killing
Damn, this whole
people.
town is quiet. The other squad probably killed people. And then we killed them, and now there's just nobody over here.
Yeah, we turned it into
Probably
a graveyard.
boxes somewhere. Check over by that fallen building bridge. Seems to be like a popular fight spot. Look at this. This shit ain't even looted. This is really running over here. I need Bernie sticks.
How many squads are left in your thingamabobs?
There's 9 other ones.
And I'm feeling pretty good. I might just jump into a game.
Alright.
Yeah, we
Warm
dropped
up
train.
phase
We
2.
thought it'd be quick, but we ended up doing alright. We're just not seeing anybody. We're like running around. There's fucking just nobody anywhere.
Did you drop that Bernie stick on the ground that I picked up?
No, I need one. You can have it. I have one. And a
I got
grenade.
one.
Here, do you want a grenade? Then? Probably
Sure.
drop it.
I'm gonna work on my melees.
Probably
My
drop-
melees suck.
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna grab another trouble. Here, dropping my syringes. Just gonna stick with 2 med kits and that's it. So I realized towards the end of the game, I rarely ever need more than just 2 med kits.
Yeah, yeah.
$30 on the ring. Oh, more burning? Yeah. Fuck yes. We'll do that. Here's another burning on the Arc Star.
Okay. Crap, there's a door to this place.
I see open doors over there.
Alright, they'll have to
Might
come
be
in
moving in from over
to
there.
us.
He's doing around blue, so nobody probably ran by here yet.
Circle's gonna get you. Level 2 circle.
I'm here.
I'm gonna jump into. Battle armor evolved. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink.
Alright. Doors open down here too. Why did he throw smoke in that building? I guess that's not bad. I guess, like, if they see a decoy run in and smoke getting popped, they think somebody's there.
There are people in here.
Okay. Shit,
Yeah,
shit.
they're inside.
Damn, I shot that fucking drunk girl on the
Down
stairs
the
over
roof.
here. God damn it! Why do I always get attacked
Where the fuck are they
first?
at?
You guys are still in that game, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm about to jump.
Oh man, I got one, but they almost killed me. Pop a shield.
Oh shit. Come on, teammate.
If they run away. Oh. Come on, teammate, ping him.
Oh, he's behind that rock. Hell yeah.
Let me just grab his red shirt real quick.
Yeah, make it quick. Got it, got it. Oh, was that the last dude?
Of that, yeah, of that squad, yeah.
Our teammate has a gold shield, that's cool. Yo, the revive thing is right behind you.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was that.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
there's that
I'll
one.
do this one, because the other one's like down a hill.
Yeah, that'll be okay, yeah. Oh, shit.
So I gotta go heal.
Man, those guys just raped me. One from the stairs, one from the roof, and I was on the ground.
Oh,
Couldn't do
yeah,
jack
down that
diddly
one, and then
shit.
there, guy. You damn jerk.
Total jerk. Taking advantage of high ground.
So is it just 2 of them, or? That's your box. Yeah. I need to find some throwables. Ah, here we go. Here's one, Bernie.
This son of a bitch took all the ammo out of my box, dude. Are you fucking
Did he
kidding
really?
me? Yeah. Yo, you
there's some
dumb
light
faggot.
here.
Oh,
He's
my
dropping
God.
light. There's more. What a fucking
I need heavy
dick,
ammo, you
dude.
son of a bitch.
I can give you some, but I don't have a lot. Here.
Drop that heavy you picked up, you bitch. Not
There
you,
you go.
this fucking asshole here.
What a dick.
Drop
Yeah,
the-
he was taking shit out of my boxes and shit, too. He was a fucking piece of shit.
Fucking asshole. God damn, there's none in here either. Fuck,
Nah,
I'm
yeah,
sending this
there's
kid a
barely any.
message.
While I was picking you up, or bringing you back, teammate. Purple
Oh, there's
knife
kids zipping in, kids zipping in. We're in the building
shit.
we were fighting at.
gun. Wait, they're already there? Oh, I see. Oh, did they land yet?
Yes.
Perfect.
They're jumping off the building to the right, one of them is.
So that was a quick match.
Got him.
I'm gonna loot this fucker's box for heavy before our fucking asshole teammate has
Yeah,
a chance to
fuck-
get up.
fuck teammate.
All right, hey, I'll give you some heavy back.
I
This guy's
found
got
some
a
in
lot.
here. Just keep it.
Okay.
There's a red shirt in here too. I could use some more. I got 220.
Yeah, I can
So
give
we
you
find
some.
a ton. And maybe a med
There's
kit.
plenty of heals in this
There's another
box.
med
There's
kit in
plenty.
here?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
tons of
That's
heals.
sweet. Perfection. No throwables in there either? Oh shit, we gotta go, we gotta go.
Here's some
When's
ammo. Well,
closing?
I'll give it to you in a
Where's
sec.
the
I'll give it
zip
to you in
line
a
at?
sec.
What the fuck? Oh, it was already there.
Here, I'll throw us a zip. I'll throw us a zip.
Well, this one's right here already.
Okay.
I don't know.
I didn't know which direction
go
it was
inside.
pointed exactly.
Oh, okay. Fuck. I have too much light ammo.
Yeah, if you
Oh
want.
shit, I'm not even in. We gotta go further.
Yeah, come on downstairs and I'll give you some heavy here. Oh, well, okay.
I'm okay. I have my other gun. Here, I have.
Well, here, I
many
got
fucking
plenty of
shields.
ammo. Here's a stack anyway. Yeah,
You
I've got
wanna-
tons of
any
heals
extra
too. I'm looted.
throwables? I got one grenade. That should be alright.
I got two.
Damn, there's still 3 other fucking.
Oh, no, I'm wrong.
shots
Here, I'll give you Bernie.
Thank you.
I hear him.
Ah.
Yep, I hear him in here.
Yeah. 100%.
Oh, shit. Where did we just get? Oh, they're down there too, I think.
They're probably in that room up top there. You wanna go ahead and
on
kill these
our
dudes
side?
first?
Sure.
Yeah. I hear somebody zipping. Over here. You just went
Oh,
over
I'm
here.
okay. I can't climb the stairs here because it's in the circle.
Alright,
I'm coming
yeah,
out.
yeah, they're over here where I am now.
Yeah, I'm coming.
There's 2 of them. I need help. I need help.
Yep. One down. Oh no! This kid killed me and our teammate. God damn. Yeah, kid. Hey, I'm crawling towards you just in case somebody else is. Oh, damn. Probe is going to get you.
Fuck your drone, homo. We have 9 seconds to move in. Is this not you?
Alright. Yeah, it's
You
me.
make the fucking box anyway. Alright, 2 other squads.
Shit. Oh shit, they're right here. I gotta heal. I can throw us a zip further into the circle.
Yeah, that'd be good. Oh shit, we gotta go. Where's the zip at? Oh, you
I'm
didn't
throwing
do
it right this.
I'm just moving in. 'Cause it's...
Alright, there's dudes over here to our right. Yeah, you're going to the right spot. You're going to the safety zone.
Alright, that's it. Last squad. Yeah, fuck
yep.
they at. Let's get them.
They're over the other side of this shit. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, bitch. Good shit. Good fucking shit.
Hell yeah. Feeling strong for the ranked.
Strong like bull. Yeah, teammate was a fucking dick. Snatching shit out of my bins, looting your box.
I'm sending him a
friendly message.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm ready whenever you guys want to send the invite. Ross, yes.
Blammo.
Blammo indeedo.
You want to do some rank?
Do some rank.
Yeah.
Gold to the platinum tonight. Can we do it? For fuck does us. Another one don't exist.
I believe I can.
Got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 bum.
So when you go to the fire range, you do the bot Easter egg thing?
Usually, yeah.
And do they chase you and shoot you or what? Yep.
Yeah, they fuck you up pretty good.
No, that's cool.
Yo,
And
this
what
kid
happens when you
actually
kill one?
said
Do they
he
just
was
respawn?
sorry.
He said sorry.
Yeah, what'd you say to him?
I just said thanks for stealing my ammo while I was dead. And he said sorry, and then he was like sorry with the little like
Sad
hands
face.
together shit,
Yeah.
and I was just like, it's okay, I shouldn't have said anything. Good game. Like you never get sorry from some fucking asshole.
Yeah, that's unexpected.
He's probably not an asshole. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an inadvertent asshole.
Alright, so we ready? It's a mindset. We gotta be
Yeah.
slaughtering kids and
Yeah.
fostering pigs.
The slaughter mindset.
It's gonna be a night of the sickest bamboozles and the craziest jump pads and insane grapples.
Most insane.
Longest of robo dongs.
You gotta get in a different kind of mindset, Zero. Alright.
Oh shit! I'm gonna give it up to put the party on invite.
Okay. You wanna do pit? Or you wanna do ship? What do you wanna do?
Sure, ship.
Whatever you're feeling, yeah.
Where's the ship at? I don't even see it. Oh shit.
It's coming right at us.
I'm scared.
I think we're alone.
I think we're alone now. Going to the ship, trying to get this dub now.
Yeah, yeah.
Make sure you pick up all the guns so there's none left for anybody.
Scour it for guns.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's coming right now. I think it'd be good.
Here's some more light.
I dropped the Havoc and I have the energy ammo on me.
I mean, I'll carry the energy. Because I'll probably wind up switching later.
I'm just gonna throw it away.
Yeah, did everybody do everything up top, back and all?
There's a bird right there.
I think so. I mean, yeah, I did the back. Yeah. You guys did the front.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, we can jump. We can jump.
Uh-oh.
Did you guys off? Alright, I'm coming. People definitely.
This fucking bird's like disappearing in the
People
fucking
went to
clouds.
market.
Yeah, I'm sure they hear that.
I watched them.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
you
when
saw
we're
him go there?
jumping.
Okay.
Ooh,
I'm
probably shouldn't
This is
fire
all
a million
looted out
rounds
front.
into the sky. There's a 2X.
I'm looking at these bins real quick.
2X.
Anything left over there? Is there any
No, I
heavy
didn't
at
see
all?
anything. It was all looted. Oh,
No.
over there. Out front market's definitely looted.
Alright, want to go into market?
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, they've got the door open.
Oh, that bird has a gold box.
I hear him.
Okay, they're on the roof.
Oh yeah, they're about to
They're on the
attack
roof.
us. Okay,
On the
Where
roof.
are they?
on the roof.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were just waiting for me to do that.
Shit, front door.
Dude, it's almost dead, that bird man.
Oh, jeez. Oh, shit. Somebody just flew in on me.
Where is this?
What?
I don't-
Fuck you, Wraith. Yeah,
Where are you, on the
I'm
roof?
on the steps.
Where,
Towards the
where'd this
back.
bitch
Towards the
go?
back.
Oh yeah. Oh, she just jumped in. Just dropped. She either dropped in or
Alright,
dropped
grab
off the
zero,
side. I got it.
Or Joe's saying.
There's more than one person in there.
Yeah, there was a robot and a Wraith.
They're like shielding up. Got that road.
Yeah, bitch.
Hop in on them for some
Here she is
ammo
on the
real
roof.
quick.
Here she is on the roof.
Shit.
Got you, bitch.
Alright, I'm coming. Did you get her? You got her?
Yeah. Also a 99. Where's the revive thing in the village?
Now, there's one right in front of caves.
Right where we started at.
Okay. Oh yeah, that thing I was at. Fuck.
Oh, nice. The plan. Sweet. Oh, look at that.
What?
You guys see that? No. As I was going to the zip line, I set my decoy down and he ran across the top of that wall from like left to right.
Oh, what? That's cool.
Pretty cool. I feel like I'm awesome.
Anything left in that robots box? We'll see.
The
2x
box on
sight,
there, that's
random
right.
stuff. I have most of the ammo.
Yeah, I didn't loot that white one. Enemy.
Oh shit, I just
Enemy.
fell inside.
There are
Where are they at?
enemies
Where are they
in
at?
the market.
Enemy where?
Toward this end.
I'm in the market. I'm right on
No, no, it's not you.
I just got
it's not you,
pulsed.
dude.
By 0.
Yeah,
0. Why you pulled?
they might be on the roof. Oh,
Oh,
goddamn,
God.
Behind me on this side.
They're above. I got it.
Oh, here's that
I'm
Wraith.
like fucking dead.
Fuck. I guess she was part of a different squad. I'm down again.
Oh, I'm down from a thermite grenade. Oh, coming in on you, Grim. Coming in on you.
Oh my god, I didn't realize I had more trouble. Pull my fucking gun out. Oh, man.
Many squads.
2 of them are down. That was the last one. Fuck.
Oh shit, I can see that frosty looking platinum badge. It makes me want it. Oh, that platinum.
Alexa, place know the product.
If not, well, you know, we all make bad choices.
What's that song?
Going off, I think.
You know the one I'm
I think it's
thinking of.
called Going off.
Introducing your champion.
What's the chorus go? Dun, 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 dun. Like something.
I'm going.
I'm it. Or
It'll.
not
it'll
that,
come
but
on.
something like that.
Here in San Francisco.
Alright. Airbase or runoff?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sounds
Some
good.
base of air.
Hillary Banks with a prenup.
Prepare for battle.
I'm gonna start in this building first, just so we're not getting sniped at.
I'm gonna do that. Crop to the circles. Do something.
I'm gonna do this shit. Shippy ship.
People are landing with me, definitely.
Ship.
Mozambique on fleek.
Ask him to be your friend.
Oh, they don't want to be my friend. They don't want to be my friend.
Oh, I'm stuck. I'm
Yep,
stuck.
they definitely don't want to be my friend.
The Wraith.
That guy
Wraith
wanted to
away
be my friend.
in this direction.
That's me.
He's in here.
Oh, what the fuck? I just killed a birdman. Who was I
Yeah.
shooting? You, Joe? Alright, let me pop this real quick.
So they've got a teammate still alive. I thought we had 3 of them down.
Everything under control.
I downed one. They didn't die yet, though.
Okay.
I only have, like...
Oh, the other one is under the ship.
2 hostiles are out there.
Okay. Anybody have
No, I
shields?
don't have anything.
Oh, they're out there.
I just
They're
picked
in the
up an
middle
empty
there.
We got a
shield.
fight.
I'm gonna go for a different angle. You ready?
I don't have anything.
Yeah, she did.
I'm not ready for anything.
I found a single Phoenix kit and used it. Here's some, well,
Alright,
fuck.
I found a
There's
little
no
bit
heals
of
in this. That guy didn't have jack shit. This other.
I found an empty white shield. I just found a full white shield, so I got that.
Yeah, here's 2 med kits
Gracias.
and a backpack.
Oh, that's an empty shirt.
And
Anybody have
and
any extra heavy? So yeah, at least fill this.
No, I need heavy
Yeah.
too.
Anything left in those boxes?
Um,
I don't think so.
I gotta use this Mozambique.
here I'm gonna get. I just picked up a box of heavy.
Take the shotgun.
Oh
Fuck.
shit.
Dude up there.
Yep, somebody's
squad,
flying
whole
in.
squad.
Fuck. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that. Oh, they're up top.
Why
There's
can I
some-
not hit them?
There's
y'all?
somebody
probably
from
run
where we
off
came
the
from
map.
also fucking me up.
Yeah, let's do an escape move.
Okay, I'm almost dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
so-
Where do you want
Yeah,
us
we
to
can
go?
just get out over here. We can run alongside of this building.
Okay, hey, I'll throw
Ah,
us a
that's
zip
just-
So
Joe
we're not
to
in
get
a
to Graham.
compromised position.
Hurry up, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. You're wide open.
Somebody's on the ground there too. You need heals? They're probably gonna come over to it.
Yeah. So
Anybody
Somebody to our
need
left,
heals?
somebody to our
Joe
left.
also. Yes.
Oh shit!
Oh my
goddamn.
god. God damn it. Oh fuck! I got blown.
Ah, man.
Oh my god! There's so many mother. That's like 2
There,
squads.
there's a full squad. I think it's 3 people. Looks like.
Yeah, man.
But
we're
that was
getting
just the same
fucked.
one
Yeah.
squad there. Jesus Christ! That was insane, man.
Yeah, I can't believe
Fuck.
how fast they ran around. You know, I know it happened.
That
to
was a
Gibraltar,
different
but
squad. I think
Yeah,
that
how
was a
did they
different
run? They
squad.
couldn't have ran.
Oh, the
to
same as begun. Yeah,
water
no,
treatment,
yeah,
I
that
mean,
was a
not water
different
treatment,
squad. But that was 3 people. That end fight there, that was 1 squad. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a different squad, but it was the same.
Yeah, it seemed like more than one squad at first. But then at the end, I only saw 3. I go.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
I think it's called Going Off. I believe.
Okay.
I make this look good. Literally, this hair, this face. Come on.
This is your champion.
In case you didn't know, you get here by winning. Good luck.
Let's see.
Alexa, play
Do a little
another
poop.
product Going Off.
Let's clean up the poop factory.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
I'm so used to Spotify where you can't pick your song, it just plays like a random radio station or whatever. And Pandora, I didn't realize that I could search for the song directly on Amazon, so that's what I did. It is called Going Off.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh shit. There's a bunch of motherfuckers here. Oh, he got the gun. Fuck you, bitch.
Got one of them.
And he's like chasing me around this fucking building. Jesus Christ.
Alright, he's down the ground.
I'm with you.
Yep.
Right behind you. Right behind you.
Jesus Christ, man. Right here.
Man,
Oh fuck.
nice. Good.
Don't worry, I'm here. Great. I'm the new kill leader.
I got Grim. Where is he?
All right. There's a R99 and L-Star in this box. Shit, I need to find an armor.
Better lay down there. I don't have a full gun.
No.
No, it's there's a L-Star and some energy in here. Here's 2 boxes of light where I'm standing. I'll mark them as soon as I heal.
I'm not gonna box.
There's a full shirt here. There's a 2X right there.
Got a box of light for you. Oh, actually, med kit and 60 light bullets are for you, Graham.
Here's more energy if anybody picked.
Not yet, I will. Right now I got a longbow, so I'll definitely take an energy if we find one. I got a longbow. Oh, here we go.
There was an L-Star in that box in the building
I
where we
just
fought our
grabbed
last
that.
fight.
There's only 7 bullets in that shit.
Regis?
In the center, in the circle.
What are you?
Center
The circle
of the
building
circle.
in the center
And
in the
this
water.
thing?
Yeah, down the bottom.
There's
Med
what?
kit and
Oh, I
60
see.
light bullets.
Yeah, I found it. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it.
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Shit, there's like nothing left. Damn.
Yeah, we pretty much looted this
Alright,
shit.
yeah, this isn't. I gotta drop this. Oh no, here's energy. Okay. 37 energy bullets.
Oh, that box only had 7 energy in it. Okay.
And I got a prowler. I could
Where's
use
this
a
bird at?
fire.
Yeah, me too.
I also only have 28 bullets, so I could use heavy.
Here's more light.
I'm good on light ammo now.
Another box of energy in this.
Okay.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Light ammo here. Shield battery here. Optics here. Mid range. Tips.
Energy
Um,
is in here, right? Yes.
Care package being delivered.
Yeah. There are more. I've got 2 syringes. I've got a med kit, so I'm gonna give you each a syringe
Thank you.
I got 4
and a
syringes.
couple of cells.
I don't have.
Oh, there we go.
I have plenty of cells. I can give them. Grim, are you back?
I got 6, so just yeah, whatever you guys want.
Alright, I'm picking that up. If there's a hemlock or something, I can drop this prowler for that.
I'll take that. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Here's a USOT.
Close range. Helmet here.
Damn,
Yo, it's
all that
popping.
for fucking nothing.
Yeah, I could use that.
Like a double tap, sniper shit, and a blue hat. And pretty much it.
Good.
Was that you sight up there the whole time?
No, I changed it for a 3X. I saw.
Oh. Somebody grabbed that shield
Yeah.
battery, right?
Popping off at market, it sounds like.
Yeah, going down heavy.
It's a lifeline
Alexa,
kickback. It's
play
not
Tom
on the map.
McDonald.
One in Skulltown.
Shuffling songs by
Oh, in here. There's fucking boxes
Okay.
galore.
You got bamboozled.
Might be dudes in here.
Yeah, they're getting somebody up.
Yeah, I'm.
One down. One out that door.
Throw my grenade out.
Somebody's calling an airstrike there.
Airstrike. Yeah, he's somewhere over here. Damn smoke.
Alright, I need.
I hear him outside.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's coming from Skulltown.
Okay. Oh, wall that hurts. Oh, that hurts. I was behind that wall. Are you kidding me?
We're getting raped by the 2 teams. Shit. The fuck? I thought that was you right there.
Fuck, that it.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god.
Yeah, we're
Oh
right
god.
between 2 squads. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're getting
fuck.
it from every direction. Who is the gold knockdown?
Me,
You
they
do?
were looking at me.
Well, let me know. If you go in a corner, I could put my shield over you.
Well, I'm almost done with it, so I don't know if it would even. Oh god.
There's somebody upstairs. There's somebody right at the steps. Oh, you should go heal Zero.
Bitch.
Yeah, just
I should have. I mean, you can't call it, or you should. There's no telling. I felt I should heal too, but at the same time, I thought I should kind of stand and fight too. But you can't ever tell which way it's going to go unless they're right beside you.
yeah. Best move probably would have been once we noticed the other squad moving in from the back at Skulltown. Maybe we just should have tried for an exit. I don't know. So otherwise,
Yeah,
we just
yeah,
had
maybe-
people coming in from both
I didn't know it
sides.
was two.
We were the third party. 2 teams smashing.
I thought
us.
there was only. I thought there was only one guy left on the other team though, because we downed 2 of them. But yeah. Maybe anytime we're in a battle,
Oh, so there
and
was only
another
one
squad.
left at that squad that we went in on?
I think we killed 2 of them. Yeah.
There
I
was
mean,
a
we had 'em
Bangor and a
crawling.
robot that definitely lived. Because there was all that smoke and I saw a robot zipping away.
Oh well, maybe we just had one down. I don't know. It was all very hectic. I had 3 kills, but I got. How many kills did y'all
None.
have? I'm just trying to figure out. What about you, Grim? Any? I don't know if one of those kills for me was. Oh, you had none?
probably-
I guess those
you
kills were
landed-
from the water
you-
plant.
Yeah, you had to have at least 2 at the waterfront.
Today's a good day to see death.
I hate hip hop.
Powered up and ready to go. Alright, let's do this. It'll be fun. And if not, well, we all make bad choices. You live, you learn. Life goes on.
This is your champion.
This is only the beginning. 끝내면 알 거야. I'm the jump master.
Let me do this up.
Made some damn points that time though.
Won't let you down, except by falling.
I don't think I did.
I think I made 32. I had 3 assists.
No.
0, your drum master.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that.
What place did you come in? I didn't even look at what the thing was.
Like at least 10th, maybe better. We were in
Because
top
you start
10
minus
before we even got
24
that
in
far.
gold, right? The 32 would have been like
Yeah,
almost 60 points, 30 from coming in 10th place, I guess. Wait, where are we going? Are we going here?
Hoop Factory.
Not really clear. I landed short. I'm just gonna go there.
Are you
No.
getting attacked, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I thought I heard somebody, but then I didn't see them.
You got it.
They're over there. Jesus, I mean, just came out of the building. Motherfucker. Lisa.
Got you, bitch.
5-0.
I'm trying to find some bullets. Oh my god. I'm coming, but I have 30 bullets. That's it. I have ridiculous amount of throwables though.
God damn it. This is the last kid up, Grim.
What are you in that room? Okay, let me get you up. Yeah.
He'll be coming for you guys.
He's coming.
Oh, he's right here on me. Oh, he's hurt though. He's hurt. He's healing up now.
I think he went upstairs.
What the fuck? I was behind that wall. That was some bullshit. 168 right at that end there. And 6 hits. 1 burst. That's 1 burst. And I was behind the
Man.
wall.
Yeah, I did 96 to him. He did 76 to me. Oh, yeah. Not a good start to the night, fellas. This sucks.
Yeah, we gotta step up to the streets.
Yeah. You're in trouble, streets. He was stepping up to you.
This is your champion.
I'm the jump master.
We learned to relay a couple times last night. We did pretty well, so let's try that again.
I'm not even sure I
Alright.
can fly there. Maybe.
You don't think we can fly there?
I'm pretty good.
Isn't that what you said though?
Yeah, I'm a little missing.
You said you don't
What?
think we can fly there?
I said, yeah, I'm not
Oh.
sure. Maybe not to like in the satellite dome, at least to around there. Nah, looks like I got it.
Never had a doubt.
You're gonna have to move at my speed to make the next ring.
There's a sniper rifle there if somebody wants it temporarily. A triple take.
Yeah, I'll take that over this Mozambique.
There's another box of sniper ammo in the bin to the left of it.
Sniper stock. Oh, over here's loot.
What?
People over here.
That's
Oh,
right.
you landed there? I thought you landed back in the.
No, I'm just. I did. I was just.
Oh, they're up here.
Yeah, there's 100% some people that want us to die.
Yep.
Oh, they're up there?
Oh, I just came up.
No, I
I
think they're
just came up.
upstairs. Yep.
Okay, yeah. we got-
Cool, I'm about to die. Don't. I need to heal.
No way, dude. No fucking shirts anywhere? What is this shit?
Ah, bitch. Their buds are still alive.
Anybody see a shirt?
Yeah, there's a blue one up here. And there's a white one in the box. Blue shirt, right? They're zipping up. They're zipping up.
Oh, wrong thing. Shit.
Come on
Yeah,
in the
it's
door,
empty.
bitch.
Okay, I can give you a shield battery.
There, one's around back. Oh no!
Come in.
Yo, they're both downstairs. They're both downstairs. This kid's hurt real bad. He got
Down.
shield broke. Yeah,
Oh, they're both dead.
One more. Oh, okay, good shit.
Yeah, I got the other one.
Whew, that was intense.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Spitfire here.
Another blue shirt.
There's a full blue shirt right there.
Level 2.
So,
Yes. Somebody else is.
Yeah, I
Is that
just
you
zipped.
zipping, Joe? If anybody sees any health heals, I know y'all need them too, but I could use some spares.
There's some syringes.
need spares? I have 3 syringes.
I just
that's
dropped
it.
3 for him.
Here, yeah, he just
Yeah.
thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, when I said spares, I mean I know you guys need to heal first, but I need some when you've healed. Is what I mean.
Yeah, I heal on my own. I like heal over time, so it's not the end
Oh,
of
yeah.
the world. Why is this song so loud?
I've noticed on a lot of music services,
I got
like
2
songs
extra
from the
batteries.
90s will be quieter than like new
You
stuff.
got 2 extra batteries?
Oh, 2 batteries?
I mean cells.
Oh.
Cells.
Oh, okay.
Dropping them out here.
Heavy ammo here.
Barrel stabilizer beside that heavy.
I can use that. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Somebody has looted up at the waterfall.
Yeah, all this stuff was looted. It was probably those people that we fought.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I have a Prowler. If we find the select fire, Grim, you can have it if you want it. Just
Okay.
would like another heavy gun to replace it. Like I was doing really good with a Hemlock the other night. So.
The storm is... Oh, okay. I'm following you guys.
This is close. I'm gonna be able to loot some shit before sun comes in.
Yeah.
Unlooted at first look.
R301 here.
301.
Could also use energy ammo.
Light ammo here. Energy
My
ammo
man.
here. Light ammo here.
Some light and heavy up here.
Instant gratification.
Syringe here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Prowler SMG here.
Who wants that sweet sentinel with 1 clip I just threw down? Don't fight over it.
I know, man. We all got blueberry. Another 99. You said you wanted a
Yeah, if
hemlock?
there's a Hemlock and you want this Prowler, yeah,
Oh,
I
he
could
did,
take
nice.
that.
I got Spitfire. I think I'll roll with that.
Extended heavy mag here.
Get the walls like here. Is this the first
Yeah,
one?
Round one's cool.
Yes.
There's more heavy here. There's like heavy all
I'm
over up
coming.
here.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to this Hemlock anyway. So there's a Prowler.
Energy ammo here. Prowler SMG here. Optics here.
One
There's
to
a bunch of
two.
like blue heavy clips and stuff like that. Never this much heavy.
There's more heavy out back in that bin I was just at too.
Yeah, I got 230.
I'm picking up some heals that I can give you guys some of. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Shit. We need to go up in this direction. Yo, this storm's
Storm
about
is
to hit
hitting
you,
me.
Joe.
No, it's not. Why are you making that story zero? He's fine.
Alright guys, I've got a shield battery to give somebody, and I've got some shield cells I can give you.
Yeah, I only have one. I could use one more battery.
Joe, do you have a
Yeah,
battery
I have
at
one
all?
battery.
Level 1.
Alright.
Shield battery here.
I just didn't want to, you know, I figured if you didn't have one. Do you...
Oh,
You-
here's a select fire.
Oh,
Fuck.
good shit.
Alright, I'm gonna go back and get one of those growlers. How far was it in the storm? That room was just like
I
filled with.
didn't even know there were any.
I don't remember.
Alright, I don't remember that. I'll be back.
4 syringes in this box. Like, yikes.
Yeah, okay, that'll pay for the trip. Wait, did you drop another? Oh, you dropped one where the hemlock
Yeah.
was too, right? I think that's slightly closer.
Grim, I'm throwing a zip line in that little in-between passageway you went through, so you can get back.
You know,
up
I
quick.
might run double heavy.
Yeah.
Like, very rarely is it this much heavy.
Yeah, there has been a lot.
I could use some now, but there's some in this bin, I think. So
You need
I'll
shit.
grab that.
So now I'm
Joey.
good on heals. I got some syringes I can give Graham. I got 14 syringes, 6 small.
Wow.
I left a Bernie stick. Oh, you have
I just
14?
dropped
Oh, shit.
2 Bernie sticks.
Oh, where'd you drop them at? 'Cause I dropped some for other stuff.
In that bin, I think.
Check it out. Open supply bin.
Yeah.
We probably ought to stick together a little tighter now because there's only 4 other squads. And
Yeah, I just found a
near
Bernie
the
here.
end game.
And some
Yeah,
more
I'll drop
syringes.
you-
I'm pretty cool. Did you get that other battery,
Yeah.
Joe? Or is that
Yeah, I
still
got that
laying
battery.
somewhere? Put it on full auto mode. Use one. Alright. You wanna go? Wall's gonna move in like a couple seconds.
You don't want these Bernies?
I found one in the bin. I have 2, and now that I'm building up heavy, I
You're-
don't really
you're-
have room. You wanna go back? Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
we
the
need to
wall
go
is
back the
there.
way we.
You wanna go this way?
Yeah.
I mean, we could go the other way too. Don't matter to
Either
me.
one. I mean, I don't even really know. The only fire I heard seemed like it was outside the circle.
I actually, what I heard sounded like it was the direction I was going. That's why I was checking it out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. That's where I think I heard it from too. I was saying outside the circle. It sounded like it was coming from. So
I bet there's people camping at fucking this shit.
Prowler, syringe here.
You need heavy, Grim?
Nah, I'm alright. I got 180.
Buenos dias. We need to get inside the ring. Pronto.
I can zip us on top of the wall probably if we
Helmet here.
want to do that.
Compadre, flatline here.
Oh, I hear shit popping in that direction somewhere. It's far off.
Alright.
Unless it was the... No, I hear it. Oh wow, yeah, they're way far. Oh, I don't even see them, I hear it though. I was looking at the storm intersecting with something.
Damn, there's only 3 other
I
squads.
just saw some bullets down there.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Wanna get on the diving board?
I think people just came out of that building. That's probably the last 3 squads right there. Somebody's right here.
Yeah.
They're trying to get away by going here.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going
Here
up
they
the diving
come.
board.
Let's fucking bust them up.
Did they come
I
up or
don't
no?
see them.
No, he kind of ran back down. He ran down the cliff side. I wouldn't chase him. I mean, I don't know.
Here's a stack of heavy. I just dropped 60 heavy
Right.
bullets. Somebody zipping up?
Somebody's zipping up this
Is
zip.
that them?
Yep. You want to throw punches at us?
He's down. Another one. He ran inside. Did she turn into a box?
We killed her.
I know where this dude went. He crawled off somewhere.
Oh shit, he must have a gold.
Maybe he went down here.
Yeah, he's probably down here. Where else would
Oh,
he
there's
be?
2
I'm right
boxes
with
on
you.
here and a med kit. Oh, right there.
Oh, here's
Oh, right
here's
here's
dude.
somebody.
You want zip back up? You want zip?
That dude's dead.
Here comes another.
Alright, this guy's down. I need to heal. This is it. This is it. This is the last squad.
It's the last guy right here. Yeah. Ready to go.
He's up on the rock.
He's on here. On the rock.
Yep.
On the rock.
On the rock. He's off the rock.
Got him.
He's hurt real bad. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens when you're hungry. What?
I missed so many shots like jumping on my trampoline, like miss, 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 miss. Go back to my trampoline. Miss, 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 miss. Go back to my trampoline. Miss, 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 miss.
That's called socking the enemy
Let's
out.
do it.
He was
Yeah.
fucking
Throwing him off his
panicking.
They're
Like,
like, wait, what is this? This must be a trick. I'm
how
leaving.
is somebody flying around? What's going on?
Go to bed. I'll be right back.
I can't stand the pressure.
And then when he down user, I'm like, oh my god, look, I haven't hit any of these shots. Like, I can't do this. Like, I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna be so embarrassing.
I hit him a few shots and then started losing track of him and or missing him, and then I hit him a few more, and then he got me, and then one of you
Yeah,
got him.
I was able to
killed
get him, which gave me my third kill, which gave me 151 points.
Hell yeah! Oh man, that was dope. Oh, I got
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah.
right back.
All right, take some pressure off. I feel a little bit better now.
Oh, cool. I was talking to myself the whole
Yeah.
time. Sweet. I said, did you ever go to the bathroom too? So I think I got like 176.
Yeah, I got 151.
I'm like 202 away from platinum.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm 290 away from gold one.
290? That's pretty close. Oh, from gold 1. Oh, well, still. A few good games, we'll run right through that.
It's nice to, like, I was kind of in my monologue in the beginning when I first started the stream. I was like, you know, pushing to see if we can get the platinum. Like, the first season I was silver, I think. Second season I was maybe silver also. And then I made it to gold, and then or maybe I was gold for season 2 and 3, and I was like low gold. I forget. But now this season, I'm sitting at gold 2, and with a hard push and some luck, could probably hit platinum. Like, that would be huge. And then season 5, we gotta either be diamond or predator. It's only logical.
Oh shit. Yeah, well, yeah, that's
Only last. I
the
mean,
kind of way to
if
think.
we regularly played ranked, we definitely could. I feel like we rarely play ranked. I know I rarely do.
I would like to
1%.
think I'm that good,
Oh.
but I've played in platinum before with a friend that was platinum, and I don't know.
You weren't platinum at the time, then. Your skill set wasn't up to par. Your skill set is up to par now.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Heck, I mean, yeah. No need to artificially limit myself. I just know it gets intimidating. Is what I'm saying. Some of the kids that shoot so good, because you, especially when you're not used to it. But yeah. I mean, you play better, kid, you'll probably get better. So.
Like, there's a guy Stylosa who like, he was like one of the first big YouTubers that like did stuff with Overwatch, and he would do like over analysts or over. I forget what it was called, but it was like he would analyze. People would submit something, submit like a game that was. They would have to list like their SR, their season ranking, the character they're playing, stuff like that, and then he would choose one that seemed good. Watch first like 30 seconds, make sure it was decent quality, and then he would watch it like live while he's making a video, and he would like critique it and be like, you could do this better, you could do that better, and he would always say like bronze, and he's like, what is happening, like he's like, bronze, like the weirdest stuff happens, like people don't do what you expect them to do. It's like they're so inexperienced at the game that they're hard to play against because like they're so unpredictable. Like they should go here to get this because that'd be the best point. So like when you're playing like gold and platinum and diamond, people are like aiming at the right points, and like in bronze, like crazy things get off.
There's like hiding in a bush or something.
Because with Overwatch, like it's similar to this, but it's like a team fighting. So with your ultimates can like swing the tide of the fight. If you get a good ultimate off, it could be like a bomb that like kills 4 or 5 of the enemy team, and then I mean, so like people would get like lucky bombs off and stuff and like kill a whole bunch of the other team, and like that would never happen in anything but bronze. So I feel like being a bronze player, which I know that I am, I do stuff like that. Like I don't.
You try hard enough, you could definitely make bronze.
I like don't have enough strategy, and I just do what feels right at the moment. And
I don't know. My only
Overwatch
strategy
is pretty fun.
yeah, you play Overwatch?
I try to get them from different angles. That's my
I did
main thing.
when it came out and for a couple of seasons after
shit.
it, but then the people I was playing with started playing, other games. I haven't played Overwatch in several seasons. I don't know all the new characters.
Whatever.
or-
Grimm's got Overwatch. I got Overwatch. Kim's got Overwatch. Blade's got Overwatch. Like we could put a team together right now.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't care to play sometime. I mean,
I
sure.
had no idea that you played.
It's fun. I'm sure I'd get my ass kicked with,
Yeah, I do.
being out of
Yeah,
the
same
loop,
here.
but it'd still be fun if we had like a whole squad.
I get my
mean,
teeth kicked in all the time.
Extended light mag here. Standard stock here. Level 2.
It's all you zero. I'm not taking none of that. I'd like to get something to replace this Mozam.
Oh, here,
Alright,
have this
here's a scout.
Oh, well, here's a
I
Havoc.
dropped
Oh, yeah, I'll take that.
a bigger
shirt.
shotgun up here.
I'll take this Havoc.
I didn't mean to
Havoc.
ping that. I was trying to mark it. I didn't know
There's a
Grim
Yeah, I
scout.
just grabbed the Havoc. Here, so I'm
Peacekeeper
dropping 40 heavy. I'm gonna be light in energy.
Okay.
Did you
I'm
drop
gonna
a
pick
heavy
up
gun or
this heavy
no?
up here then.
No. I didn't have a heavy gun.
There's open bins in the A buildings.
Oh shit.
Well, let's tell them that is unacceptable.
Yeah. Get out of our turf. Get off our turf.
Oh, wait, I don't need that.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Man, did these biatches just loot and
Yeah,
scoot?
it must have.
They might have knew we landed there and then just went down to the next area.
Man, they looted this shit. Oh. No, that's Grim. Thought I heard him.
You get bamboozled again.
I got bamboozled.
Oh, they left the robot up here.
Took all our sweet food.
That's silly of them.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, down here is half looted.
Back here. Level 3.
It might be there.
Alright,
I'm not running
Yeah, I'm
all the way
behind
down
you.
yet. So.
I'm way behind you. Alright, good, I'm catching up.
10 seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Gotta hop up here. Hammer point. Sniper stock here. Level 3. Optics here. Mid-range.
There's a 3x.
Oh, Spitfire.
Anvil received. Compadres. Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, I got a Spitfire.
More heavy.
Heavy ammo here. Helmet here. Level 2. R99 here.
I can take that 99. From 99 to 2000.
Care package. Sweet.
Robots back that ass up. Fast legs back that ass up.
Where'd these fools go?
I don't remember. That's unlooted. Oh, wait. No, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any sights, so I can't see.
They might have taken the zip line over since they didn't hit here. They might have zipped over there, but
I
no,
just
that's
saw a
not easy
respawn.
either. There you
Never mind, it's not out front of market.
Shit.
I don't know where it was.
Oh, yeah.
go.
Must
Go
have been
that
over
way.
by T-Town.
Alright.
Sure.
Here's something back up in there. It's care package. It's game care package. And I think it just got looted too, actually.
Okay, you want to push it?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm
You
down
You
to
want to push it or not?
Yeah, you want to push it? Let's go. It's more lay down now.
Heavy ammo here.
Gri hold up, Joe. Grim's way behind us.
I need these shields too.
Alright, well, let's just loot then.
Yeah, that will work. I don't know where they're at
Yeah.
anyway.
A lifeline one just dropped in that
Yeah, I'm
direction.
sure they've moved on from that.
Alright.
now.
There's a digital threat.
Yeah.
Thermite grenade here.
Man, it's holding out on the armor with us. Out on the
Yeah.
sweet armor.
Compadres. Heavy ammo here. Standard stock here. Level 1.
Do you have a Prowler Grimbo?
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah.
Alright, I just picked up a select fire, so I don't know if there is one that you want. Okay, do you take whatever you want, Zero?
You
Yeah,
want
that's
that
the
free?
only
I
one
can
use
have
that
it.
1 to 2.
The only heavy gun I've seen is
Extended light mag here.
Spitfire.
Level 1.
I have no barrel stabilizers
I
either.
only shot one.
Yeah, I haven't found one yet. Where was that medic care package? Somewhere over in here? Maybe.
Yeah, somewhere this direction. These doors are open.
I don't see anybody on the roof.
Don't see anybody inside yet.
This looks like there's plenty of loot in here, though. I hear shots in the distance.
Oh, it's popping
Oh,
in
here's
the
a
cave.
prowler. You
Yep.
saw that cipher?
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Actually,
Frag grenade here.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine for now.
Dibs.
There you go.
Gotta hop up here. Select
Yeah.
fire.
I need more heavy now. I've
We're already in the ring.
been dropping some for
I'll give you a
light.
box.
Heavy ammo here.
Thank you.
Gotta hop up here. Choke.
Showed.
Seems like it's still popping over past the cave or at the cave or something.
With extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Oh, I found a purple one.
Oh shit, I'll take it.
Alright. I hear birds screaming. You hear that?
No.
Yeah, I can't really tell where it's coming from.
Spitfire here. Kill leader. Soon to be me.
You guys want to look and see what's up at the cave? I mean, it's died down now.
The cave? Oh, in there?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
popping
you
off.
hear the shots?
It's on the other side of it, but you guys want to
Yeah.
check it out?
Sounds good. I'm in.
Maybe we can gank some suckers from their armor.
Yeah. 3 kills and nice shirts.
Sounded like it was over here.
It don't look like it's.
In here. Right there.
Okay. Yeah, he's jumping up to the top, to the roof.
I can do a bounce pad.
Oh, he got me, he's hurt. He's hurt.
Yep,
Be on
you
the
just
roof?
jumped down.
Yeah,
Oh, there's somebody else up there.
Coming.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
behind
can't
you, John.
climb up.
No, it's Grimmy, drop down.
Got one here.
I got killed by the bomb.
Already inside the ring. Nice.
Yeah, that sucks. We all had white armor. Damn. It ain't over yet, though.
I scared myself.
There's probably 3 of them, Grim.
I getting somebody up and there's another squad engaging.
Oh, yeah. Don't even worry about my. Oh. If you want to just get away and get us points, it's fine
Yeah,
with me.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of the open.
Falling.
Ah,
There was somebody sniping. I don't know if that was at you or
I'm
not.
gonna try to grab your banner. Yeah, I got hit. It was that bolt gun. Damn, I died by 3 people. Or 4. Moran, Velcro, Beauty, and Loco.
That guy that ran away immediately turned around when you were turning around or whatever and came back. But it doesn't matter, like you said, 3 people.
Yeah, I got hit by the other person sniping again. Yeah.
Hey, we didn't go backwards. We didn't go back. We went a little bit forward.
Yeah?
That's such a bitch when you're like that far in the game and can't find any better than white armors for your whole team.
Yeah. Apex Packs giving me
Yeah.
shitty stuff.
In that building, I tried to climb up from inside. It was one of those that has like an overhang, so you can't climb up.
Yeah, that guy dropped off the roof anyway, but they were in
Yeah,
good
well, I got the one
positions
that
on
dropped
us.
off the roof.
Yeah, there was a first guy on the roof,
Then I was almost dead.
and then
so
I,
we
when I
got healed.
dropped down, there was a lifeline fucking me up from somewhere. I just...
Yeah, lifeline. I saw them. That's who I got. I didn't get the kill on them though, because I ran away, and when I came back, they were gone.
What is that?
This dog is like,
I remember that.
it's recorded while he's pissing. He's already a big ass puddle, and the puddle just keeps getting bigger and bigger. He's going for the whole video. And then it's dubbed over by, what's his face? That comedian. The one that did like, oh, what the fuck is this cat? That ugly ass cat.
Yeah.
Nah, get this cat. What the fuck?
Oh, is
No.
it
What's
Bill
his name?
Burr?
Michael J. Fox. You alright? Nah, it's a white. Nah, I said Michael J. Fox. It's a dorky white dude. You ever see
Oh.
Colors? No, it's not Colors.
Oh, sorry, the game audio was. Did I ever
Never
see
mind. I
what?
said Colors, but then he's not in Colors.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
Color. It's been a long
Sean
time.
Penn's in Colors. The dude looks like Sean Penn now. He's like a white dorky.
Oh, okay. I've probably seen him. It doesn't come to mind. Though.
Yeah, he's one of them dudes. You definitely, if you've seen him, you'll know him. He's in a lot of stuff that
Yeah,
just
I
like
got
you
you.
don't remember. People landed with us definitely.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a gun.
Oh, I'm being
Gunless.
shot at. I'm just trying to run as fast as I can.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I got a gun. I got a gun. I'm coming to you. Oh, Grim's still choking to death. Oh fuck!
I don't
Where
know. I
they
just
at?
ran
Where
away
they
as
at?
fast as I could.
Oh, you're just trying to find a gun.
They took my.
Oh, here's a 45. Here's
Okay.
a 45.
Do you have ammo?
Yeah, it's right beside it.
Thank you. Alright, cool. Let's fucking get him.
That dude's down. Another
yeah,
dude's
I see
right
him.
down the way from him. I almost killed that bitch on the balloon. Where's she going? She's going toward the village.
Oh, we just
Trying
got
to
pulsed.
intercept
We
her.
just
I
got
don't want her to
pulsed.
fucking get away. Okay, I'm coming back.
I need
I'm coming back.
shields too. Okay.
Oh, Grim's getting attacked. Another squad.
Nice.
Yeah, taking a sip of my drink and it went into my lungs and made me spit it all out. It fucking went everywhere.
Yo, I hear somebody else, I think. Yep, somebody's zipping. I wonder if they just got their fucking... Yeah, they just got their teammate and zipped them. God damn it. Yo, they just got their teammate's banner and they zipped away toward the village. I think we should fucking not allow them to bring their dudes back. I don't know.
I agree. I think that's a violation that we shouldn't allow. But can we afford to stop it? Is the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, have we looted this place or not?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm not finding anything anywhere I look. So.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
let's-
Oh,
let's
hold
go
on.
to
It's
the
on the
village.
hemlock.
Oh, yeah. There's death boxes in the village. I'm not advancing. Okay,
Blue
okay.
helmet
Grim's
up here. 301 there. Oh, okay. Y'all left. All right.
I probably left.
Let me grab this 301. And this heavy ammo, I'm coming. And this battery.
Flatline here.
Somebody's getting brought back.
Alright, you guys can do what you want. I'm on my way. If you want to push it, go ahead.
I don't even know where they're getting. Oh, they're getting brought back at Skulltown. I'm just marking it. I'm not running toward it.
Sure we can. Somebody's right here.
Shit. Coming. Fuck. I got stunned by the airstrike.
I see his bubble.
Oh, yeah.
Broke Fat Man's
Fucking
shield.
asshole. Come here.
Oh, somebody up on the roof.
Yep. Up top. Oh.
Somebody else just ran in the street. There's another squad. There's a second squad there.
Damn.
That was my last 15 bullets anyway. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not just a piece of shit. It's like if a piece of shit fucked a piece of shit and got an STD, you're that piece of shit. That's great.
What was that?
Tom
You said that?
McDonald. Tom McDonald.
Not gonna lie, I'm pretty good at this. Okay, I do lie, but not this time.
I just polished my grapples.
It's time to impress.
I'm the jump master. Where do we want to go? Do some pit action.
Well, I'm trying not to die this time.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll put it on live mode. Live mode?
On what? Friendly gun? Oh, no. No, I mean, try not to die from drinking
Oh.
something.
Oh.
Get ready. Moving up.
Yeah, we can't be liming around.
Yeah, no lineman. That's drinking Corona.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, no gunning. Where they at? Where they at? Oh shit, they're all around me.
Oh, he fucking one-shot me with the Peacekeeper.
Fuck did they go?
Are you kidding me?
One down.
Alright, get Joe.
One more. Where's this other fool?
There they are.
Shit, I heard him for maybe 30, maybe.
He went to the right.
Yeah, he's still running. Broke his shield. I've only got a Mozambique with 3
Another
rounds
8.
left.
Oh, it's
Fuck,
probably
I can't
gone
get up
for...
this fucking...
Ah, somebody else is going after him.
Oh, son of a bitch. I'm out of ammo. Holy fuck. Oh, that's infuriating. Joe, you
No.
muted?
Yeah.
Okay.
We probably would have had him if both of us didn't have fucking shotguns to shoot at him.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
I
like-
only had a
Far
Mozambique.
shit away. I'd get chips here and there, but it'd do like 8 damage here, 8 damage there.
I only had a
what? What'd you
Mozambique. And that Birdman I hit for
I don't know.
the first shot I hit him for like 29. Then the second shot I hit him for like, I don't know, 7 or something. And then I missed the third, and then he one-shotted me with the Peacekeeper.
I don't push the envelope. I shred it.
Like, no, I think my problem is Peacekeeper. It takes long to reload. And I'm usually still aiming down sights while I reload. I should probably just not do that.
Yeah, I've seen people. I was watching a video earlier today or last night, but a guy was like, "Random, stop doing this," and it was like leaving when as soon as they go down and like looting first, and like leaving them to like bleed out, or like get down and be like, as he's bleeding out, be like, "I'll get you up for bag, okay? I'll get you up for bag," and he's like, "Okay," and then like they still let him bleed out. But so in that, he was like shooting, I don't know, whatever gun, doesn't matter. And when it's time to reload, he actually like stops, runs, like stops, turns right or left, and runs a direction to get
Oh,
there.
yeah, I saw that video. That's too much for me. That's, I can't. I don't know if I can even turn as fast as he turns.
Alternator here. First fatality. Let the game.
Oh, I hear a loot tape. I don't know where it's at.
There was one here that I got.
Oh, okay, that was it. What is with all this bullshit armor? Oh, I hear enemies. Up here,
yep,
I think.
Yep, I just saw him.
I'm running upstairs. Yeah, yeah. Got one.
Enemy taken down. Frag out. Reloading. Enemy killed. I took care of it, don't worry.
Is that it? Or
Jumping
just the
down,
one?
I guess.
Oh, no, I'm being shot at.
No,
Back
no,
here, back
no.
here.
There's more.
Is he upstairs?
Oh, okay. I'm coming. I'm coming. Yeah, he's upstairs.
Open that door, I'm gonna throw a grenade. Got him. Alright, I'm
going
out
down
this
below.
way. I'm
Oh, okay.
Got one here.
Hey, you
Bam!
downed him?
Did-
Nice.
Oh, did you get him?
Long range. Yeah, I
I'll
got
leave
him.
that. That was your kill. You did all that work.
His
Oh,
teammates
shit.
here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We wiped the squad.
Oh shit, there's people here now. Fuck.
I need heavy really bad.
Fuck. Here, heals.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
being shot
heals
at.
in there.
I'll heal him later.
Yeah, I've got less than a clip
I'm
ahead.
coming back to you guys.
Yeah, me too.
Afraid not, bitches.
They're doing the jump pad up here.
Yeah, they're jumping at me. They're gonna
Shit.
kill me. Fuck, man.
Oh, one's behind me. Fuck.
Yeah, bitch. Last one up here, Zero. Last one's up here.
Oh my god.
Let's explore this way.
Good damage.
Yeah, that 60 was vicious.
We almost had him.
Wait a minute. How did? Oh well, we didn't get that. It didn't count as a kill on the guys who got downed on the last
Yeah,
two.
those last two, yeah.
Damn, I wish I'd aimed better there.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta do that too. So,
Yeah, me too.
might as well just.
Alright, I'm back. Alexa, play next song. Just keep playing the same, not even a full song, just like the last, like, half of the last verse.
Back.
Ditto.
That wasn't bad though. We were kicking kids' ass there. We just had shitty armor and low ammo, and I fucked up my aim on the last kid.
Yeah. That was very good. That Gibraltar I hit. Iron
Yeah.
sights at a flat line from far away. I was surprised
Yeah,
I
it's
got
just it really jumps around.
that. But then, yeah, the last squad ran through the first two, only one left. That was fucked up. I should have grabbed the shield real quick. It's a good thing on there. We'd be like landed somewhere by now.
Yeah.
Wow, what are we waiting for?
Oh, nobody knew you were here, Joe. I
I
didn't
came
hear.
back. I was talking when you guys said I'm back. I thought you guys were here. I was talking, and Zero said, "Alright, I'm back."
I didn't hear you say anything.
I didn't hear you say a single thing.
Maybe if I heard you, did you just say like "hey"
No,
or something or "okay"
I was
or
like,
something?
I was actually I sat down and I said, "Alexa, play next song." I said, "This has been playing the same song, not even the same song. It's like the last half of the last verse of this one song. They played over and over again."
Dude,
Yeah.
no.
You must have
No.
been muted because it was 100%.
We did not hear
silent.
that.
I've been sitting in
I was
silence.
like halfway
Yeah,
through
me
You
too.
just
that.
said like
I
a
heard
couple
it.
sentences. and
Well,
that
I
was it.
wasn't halfway. I was probably closer to the end of that. And then Zero said, "Oh, I'm back." I'm like, "Oh shit, all right." And then you said you're back, and then
Oh,
Oh,
I
okay,
got
well,
back
if that
just as
ended
Zero got back. Oh, so maybe we were talking before we got here, and we didn't hear you.
Introducing your champion.
You're here the whole time. I had no idea.
I'd watch out for my squad if I were you.
Sometimes you lose, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you
All right. Let's fuck shit up.
See you in the ring.
This might be a good place to land.
I feel much better about myself now.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system,
And hit the leftist bin.
Alright.
Alright, I'll go right in the middle.
I'll hit the right.
Shit.
Shirt.
Go for it, Joe.
Okay.
Oh, shirt.
You take it.
Oh, shirt. I'm hearing people, I think.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
100%.
Alright, I'm gotta
Okay,
grab
I gotta get
ammo
this
real
shirt.
quick.
There's more than one squad, so they're like shooting at each other. All I ever
Alright.
have it, which I'm not good at, so.
Oh, I got some prowler with no no fire.
I just found a hemlock. Oh, there's
Maybe
an
they'll
arc
fuck
star.
each other up and we can go mop them up.
Fuck yeah, clean up crew for life. There's an alternator up here.
I just picked up an alternator, so he wants it, takes it.
There's like 3 squads over there.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh,
You guys want
shit.
to go up top?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're all
they
over
just
there.
zipped down from the top, so
Oh,
Yeah, let's go up to the
well.
top.
yeah, they pretty much looted the shit out of it, it looks like.
Fuck. Oh, I found a bag. Pretty fucking
there's at least
sweet.
one box down over there.
Let's fuck some shit up.
opening fire on the enemy.
Got that, dude?
We just eliminated the whole squad. Contact with target. Reloading.
There's a robot on the roof. Did you throw this
Nah.
burning thing?
Nope. Oh, Robert
Bang the wall, roof
Silver.
is down.
Yeah, shit.
Bang the box.
Someone bounced
Yeah,
at
that
it.
was me.
That was you.
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, I need some bullets and shit.
Rings
Oh,
close.
fresh.
45 seconds.
Oh, you hear them?
Shit, where they at?
Oh,
in-
fuck.
one's
I don't
in
have any
there,
fucking
one's in
bullets.
Here, what do you need? You need light?
Light. Oh, I'll get it. Oh, here we go. I found a little bit in this box here.
I'm fighting a kid. I need help. He backed up a little bit. He
Shielding
backed
up.
up a little.
You coming?
I'm knocking her door off.
There,
He just went to the left there.
He's up top. Up top.
there's somebody else inside.
He's in here. Thank you. He was.
He's out of there.
Take that.
Blue body shield. Oh damn.
I gotta get rid of this sentinel.
Alright, now it should be like a bunch of
Sentinel was
boxes
gonna
to
be
loot, right?
I don't guess anybody's got any shield
I have
cells.
a Phoenix.
Oh, wasn't there a select fire
Yeah, I
somewhere?
just actually just picked it up here.
I don't know.
Gotta hop up here.
Oh, so late.
Yes. I don't think that.
Yo, we should def check out that care package.
Barrel stabilizer here.
Spitfire, where that
Oh,
other
here
barrel
I have
stabilizer's at.
Compadres, heavy ammo.
Hey, Grim, if you're running low, go ahead and take it. I got about 80 rounds.
Close range.
Yeah, I got 60 light.
I could use a 99 or 301.
Here's
There's
20
a
watt.
flatline. I don't have any heavier. I take it.
I'll give you a little bit.
Oh yeah, I took that light clip.
Backpack here. Level 1.
People have been here.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
I'll take that.
Yeah. I needs it.
Damn, they picked it clean down here. I guess we got most of it though in the boxes.
Helmet here. Level 1.
Now I'm in shield cells.
Optics here.
Yeah.
I'll trade you a couple of
There you
syringes
go.
for a couple of shield cells.
Yeah.
Shield cell
I
here.
mean, I'd give you a couple anyway, but
You're
oh
There's two.
no, I
right
need.
there.
Oh, you
Yeah.
need shield cells. My bad.
Trying to trade me syringes for
I
syringes.
need. I thought you said you only had shield cells. Yeah.
I'll give you 2 syringes for one.
Oh, there's-
yeah, I have a
there's some.
Phoenix kit that is
Yo,
my
can I get-
only shield stuff.
Well, can I get those? Because I got none,
Yeah.
and I need. I've got no.
Oh
I've got
shit,
half
yeah,
shields.
okay, yeah.
Oh, you couldn't even fix your shields?
Why is my controller batteries dying?
How about you want
do
to
you
go
even
this way?
shield
Hold on,
for
hold on, I gotta
Up
switch
there?
my controller batteries. I don't know.
Sure. Shield?
Actually, you know what, hold on, let me just switch controllers.
All right.
Alright.
Optics here. Close range.
Oh shit, the wall's coming in. Yeah, I gotta move.
And I'm back.
Light ammo here.
There's a shitload of light ammo out back there.
It's not a select fire.
Up here.
Can use that.
Want it?
Gracias.
Gracias.
Yep, just
Man, people.
shoot at me.
Oh, yep,
Yep.
yep.
And they're up there too.
Yeah, yeah, they're on. God damn, move faster, robot. They're air striking on me. Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good. I'm coming to you, Joe. I don't know. Where's Grim? Where's Grim? I see him. Okay.
Guy came over, there's 2 over around.
Nice, Batman down.
One down.
Taken down.
Over here, back here. Oh man,
Shit.
I gotta heal up.
Oh, I'm down. I'm down. I got.
Oh, he's on me. Fuck!
She's right out. There, there. I think we were positive though.
Sixth place. One
Yeah,
kill.
+6.
Damn, that platinum's so icy, it's calling my name. Come on. Come on, platinum. Home is where you make it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I am afraid. I'm really afraid. Just kidding, nothing scares me.
say? Looks fun over there.
Yeah.
Collect some skulls in the town of the
Yeah,
skulls.
Skull Town's gonna be gone tomorrow, so might as
Yeah,
well
yeah.
get
Oh,
killed
shit.
there a bunch before that happens. I'm gonna land in the intersection.
Okay, I go that side. Oh, I got an enemy that decided he wanted to land here.
Oh my god, dual P2020s? Come on, bro. What the fuck, man? Yep, now there's two
Yeah.
in
Joe, you
here.
got a gun? Yeah, there's one over to the right as well.
I'm stuck on a fucking pole.
Shit. Oh no! One is coming in your door, Joe. That door. I'm crawling ass backwards.
It's a race to the beacon.
Did like 80 for that.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Somebody just
Yeah.
killed the person that was up, so we got that. So run.
Shit! I hit him a little bit. I hit him about 3 bullets. Oh hell, you got 2 after you, Joe. Just keep booking. You got 3 after you.
They can't catch Joe.
Hell no. Got the fast legs.
But it's like a cartoon.
You know what? If you bring me back, we both go after Zero.
If you get brought back, you might want to just do a 2-man because you might make more points that way.
Well, you're not
He
even
is,
a box.
he just
yet.
turned the box now.
And then it's 90 seconds.
Way to go. Oh, that's daring as fuck.
Nice recovery.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Is that other one? That's a good idea.
Looks like there's a flat line in there. I can drop somebody.
Somebody's getting brought back at that closer one.
Oh yeah,
Well, hopefully that'll be a distraction from us.
yeah. I don't have much. Oh, just got poles.
Yeah, you guys want to go?
Somebody's
see
here.
This village. Oh shit.
I'm down. I'm gonna try to stay alive so you can jump off.
Where's this
He's
fucker
down here
at?
killing me.
Where's he fucking at?
I gotta leave. I don't have a gun.
He's on my box. I got a prowler in my box. I got some heavy ammo. I got L-Star and some energy ammo.
I hope he's not looping around me.
Take everything. Take it off.
I'm just. Grim, come. Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
There's a shirt over here. Come get this shirt.
He's got a shirt.
I got a shirt. Here's a prowler. Here's a prowler. Oh shit! Don't, hold up, hold. Let me split. Here.
Where can we go? Bone Town.
Where's the next?
Well, the rain's coming in.
Oh shit! Yeah, we
Thunderdome,
got
we're
it.
in the middle of the
There's a
river.
balloon here. We can at
Or you can
least
go
leave
up to
here,
that little
put some
thing
stuff
that's
in
by
there.
Repulsor.
Fly in.
That little
Yeah, that might be good.
Repulsor.
little
Repulsor.
shack shit next to Repulsor.
There we go.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
The little shit shack.
Oh, this has been looted. Fuck. You want to go straight for a balloon?
Yeah.
Energy ammo.
How about we just go to the next balloon in the ship, please?
Zero, you're going the wrong way.
Oh, okay, okay.
I thought that might happen. I saw
Yeah, I
your
didn't
face the
know.
wrong way on the minivan.
It was so quick, I didn't know.
No.
Oh yeah, the water treatment one's been used.
Just now, I guess.
Nah, that was used the whole time. The one I was talking about is that's the middle of the river. There's one to the east of that. That's before you get the repulsor.
See, I don't know where
It's
the
like
repulsor
directly the
is.
way you're facing.
I know what you're talking about. I just
Repulsor's to the northeast.
Looks like the
to-
artillery thing.
Yeah, you're facing directly towards it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Ah, fuck! I saw select firing.
Hemlock here.
Oh, you want a 99? I don't really have the ammo. Never mind.
I got a 301. I'm good.
I'm gonna drop a flatline. You want that? For the
I think I'll just keep the Prowler.
All right.
Yeah, shield cells up here.
All right.
Heavy ammo, I just dropped 40.
Oh, thank you.
Oh shit, there's one right here.
What's
It's
that?
further than it looks. At
Oh,
least
yeah,
it
okay.
looked close, but I just looked on the map. You still go there.
Yeah, it's not too awfully far. Yeah. Here, I'll throw us as well. What? Yeah, you're probably fine the way you're going.
I'll pop the bins for you, and then retreat, because there's probably motherfuckers that are gonna be going here for us.
I'm gonna drop a 99.
Alright, thank you.
Get back in these buildings.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Getting shot at?
Yeah,
Yeah.
raining down hell on my head.
I think somebody's engaging them though.
Do you see him?
I think.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh no, no, no! Woo. Almost wasted a med. Oh, yo, here's a Spitfire in here. And another shirt. Here's light ammo for you, Joe, for that
Okay, cool.
99.
Thank you. Perfect. Perfect.
There's another box in here.
Okay, cool.
Extended light mag here.
Blue light clip.
Light ammo here.
Light ammo.
Yeah, I could use that.
They shooting
Yeah.
at each other now?
Yeah.
Another blue light
I'm
clip.
coming from one of those blue light mags.
Blue shirt.
Could use a bag.
What? Oh my god! I got one
we
shot
get
for
you through the
150
window?
from this fucker.
Alright,
For 150.
well, probably has a
It must have a
Kraber or
Kraber, yeah.
Other gay gun, whatever that is. Bolt one.
I'm just, wow, that pisses me off.
I'm hearing people.
Making contact here.
There's a white shirt here, Zero.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Oh, thanks, thanks.
Went that way.
Yeah, there's
It's the Gibraltar
They're
that
zipping
has
up
the
the-
fucking...
diving board. At least one person is. He dropped off.
Got one spotted.
That guy over there.
Yeah.
The other motherfucker.
45 seconds. Or we could just walk it.
Alright, let's see what's over this hill.
Yeah, it may be a whole squad over here that they were fighting.
I hear them.
Contact here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, full squad.
Was that
She
one
was-
dude
No, it
that
was a
just
whole
killed us
squad.
all? That one dude killed me and Zero like instantly. The other ones are far away.
Yeah, the
bro.
other ones are the ones that killed me.
Fire shot.
That dude hit us. That dude hit us impossibly fast. That was fucking impossible, dude. Maybe not, but it was fucking awesome. I mean, that was ridiculously fast.
Yeah, I got hit by the Kraber guy.
Oh,
Oh, did you? Fucking Kraber guys. Ugh.
Oh, so I found on YouTube, I don't really check my comments. Like, if I get a notification somebody commented, I'll comment back and do whatever. But I just went to like my dashboard to see if there's a way I can bring up like a chat option like I have on the other platforms. And there was something, somehow I looked at my comments that I haven't responded to. And somebody says, this is 3 months ago, and I had no idea I got it. It says, how the fuck did searching Fox News bring me here? Dear YouTube, fuck you very much.
well, that's
This
weird.
was on what?
Yeah, on
This was
YouTube.
on your thing?
Dude searched Fox News, and it brought him to one of my Free Play Friday videos.
Oh.
That's weird.
And there's a chick,
Pretty much the same thing.
the chick commented and said, hey bro, like all capital, hey bro, I sub your channel, please sub my channel as well. So I checked it out. I don't know who it is. It's World of ASMR. So I check
Yeah.
out their channel, and when you go to a channel, like you actually click a person's thing and you go there, they have like a video that auto plays to tell you what it's. So it's like an intro kind of, so they can tell you about their channel and about themselves. Well, it's just like her eating some gross ass Chinese food, and it's like,
Oh, come on.
I'm like, oh my god,
Oh god.
People pay
it's
good money for
insane.
that.
That is
So I
tough.
subbed, of course.
Of
I
course.
wonder if I could make a channel and call it an ASMR channel where I'm just licking a terry cloth towel.
You
or
absolutely could.
whatever. Ugh. Ugh.
Absolutely. Put
Oh
some
man, that makes me almost
put
shiver
some lip
thinking
gloss
of
on
doing
or
that.
some lipstick. Make it a super dark room. They'll think you're a chick.
Lick
Yeah.
that terry cloth. Right, yeah.
You'll probably have 1 million views by the end of the month.
Dude, you know. Oh no, 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 no.
All right, I got a charge rifle.
There's a dude where I'm at with a
I have a
scout
P2020.
I'm gonna
in the mountainside with the scout.
Oh,
check the rest of this building.
this is all open. They're on the other side of the A building. They're on your side
Okay,
of the A building.
So I'll keep that over. P2020.
Yeah, RE45. Yeah.
No, I'm coming.
Yeah, nearly following me.
What? Are you kidding me?
Where the fuck are they?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, but I don't know where else there are a bunch of them. Oh, you were doing good. You were bulldogging their ass, but
Take my face cam off. Get rid of my disappointed ass face. No one wants to see that shit.
You know, I'll cheer you up. Some ASMR.
That actually kind of makes me want to vomit.
yeah.
Come on, what are you waiting for? I just hope I don't have to fight with that smiling robot. I'm just kidding. He's fine. Everyone's fine.
Introducing your champion.
Supply ship over there.
Shit. Gonna land like right in front of market. And make a hard cut towards this probably. There it is.
Alright.
Oh shit! No guns on the
Triple take
back.
for me, yay. Havoc, I'll take it. I can't.
It's a havoc.
Yeah, I got a Havoc. And triple take.
Backpack here. Level 1.
With some energy.
I'll take the.
I feel like the shit.
You wanna hop
There's
out
an
here?
Evo shield up here.
Oh. Well, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, then we can hop out wherever, I don't care.
Yeah, where y'all want to go? Okay. Okay. Right.
There's it. I'm gonna drop this triple take as soon as I can.
I heard somebody zipping somewhere close by.
That was me.
All right.
So anything cool I can.
Oh, you guys.
People
both
are
got
at the bird
helmets,
thing.
Okay. Okay, we're not with you. I'm coming towards you.
I think it's where the birds thing.
Somebody's being respawned right at where the ship is.
Oh no, that's another bird. Looks like a flyer. It's still unlooted over here. Someone's being
Yeah.
respawned right there.
Ship's gone already though, so I don't know which direction they're gonna run. If we're gonna push it, we should push now. Okay.
Oh, I hear people.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
enemies. Oh, damn. From up above us, too. Fuck. Fuck. I broke this medic's shield. Oh, another one jumping down.
Quick.
Oh, he's on me. I'm fucking dead.
That's be more than one squad, right? Yeah, because I downed one. I was shooting a Birdman, and there was a lifeline and a gas guy.
Oh, well, yeah. If you downed a Birdman, then
Constantly
it was
leaving
two
me
squads
behind.
because the Birdman was attacking me and Joe. But
Constantly.
I think I downed them. I don't know. There was gas, so I couldn't really tell. Racing it up.
I was created. Now you see me? Now you don't. Now you see me? Boom. You're dead.
Introducing your champion.
All right, come on. Get some good luck and good skill going on. Yeah.
Luck and skill.
Here, did you not? Did you have a gun
The
grip?
checks yet? No, I just found one now.
Here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You got a gun, Joe?
Yeah.
Use a select fire.
Two X use
Found this on the bed. I don't know what that is.
Spitfires on time to mark.
It's from one of the true things. Or maybe it's part of his treat.
Yeah, where is that? It sounded so close for a second and then it didn't.
Level 2.
Alright, this is all done down here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. That's good.
You guys want to go uphill or downhill?
Up sounds good. Good circle-ish.
Yeah, you saw it over.
Good.
Open supply bin over here.
That was already. Yep.
What's up? What's up?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was already open.
Select fire.
Alright, I'll come back to that. Dropping a flat line. Never mind. Did somebody pick up the prowler that was up here? Never mind. That's not it. I forgot where it was. Hang it. Look.
Oh shit. Really? One of them's almost down. The Bang's got one down. Bang is almost down. Who are these fuckers? Fucking smoke. This dude's down.
Need to recharge my shields.
Is that the last one?
I don't think. No. Where'd you
Need
go?
to recharge my shields.
Do you see your Grim?
Yeah.
Oh, I see your. Yeah. Yeah.
That would be her.
Yeah.
Recharging my shields. Patching myself up.
think heavy round, I have 57 bullets.
Only got 29.
Flatline.
All I see is energy ammo.
Heavy. Let's go this way.
I'm just picking up one box.
What the
There's
fuck?
2 more boxes there.
Yeah, I was trying to switch it for something on my menu. I didn't realize what was going on. What's up with this ammo?
Oh, here's some
There we go.
lot.
It was like stuck in the wall, so I couldn't really get it.
Light in
Yeah.
here.
Optics here. Close range.
Joe,
Yeah.
you alright? Not hearing any of that melodic voice.
Yeah, we need some of that serenading. Ghost is getting serious, I think. He's just like,
Time to get serious. Ma, 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 ma.
Picking myself up.
damn shit, wall's coming.
Yeah, if we find some spare heavy, I definitely need some.
Yeah. Yeah, I got 80 bullets now.
It's weird how like I get left and left and left and left. And I stop talking,
We're
No,
we're
it's-
really spread out,
hanging around me.
but that's okay. We're running for the circuits. Some squad besides us really needs to die in a hurry so we can get some into positive territory here.
Yeah.
Somebody's fighting. Somebody just went down.
Let's shoot it. What's that noise out of the wall? I wonder if there's people in this shit. Oh, wait, did I just see
Yeah.
somebody?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just in somebody's
there they are.
Oh,
sights.
thank you. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Are they in this shit over here?
Oh,
Shit.
they're up top. Fuck.
Oh damn. Oh damn.
Oh, there's boxes everywhere now.
Gotta patch myself up.
Do you guys want me to zip us out of here?
My decoy.
Yep. Oh, Grim, are you attacking from the bottom?
No, I don't know. Do you want to fight them?
Oh, I just saw you were down in the building.
Yeah.
I ran down to the building. Joe.
Fucked up. Where do you want to go? You want to fight them?
I
Up
I
top?
don't I don't really want to go up top and
Nah, well, they're
fight 'em,
above you, and they're
they'll fucking
shooting at
rape
me,
us while we're
so
trying to climb.
whatever you want to do. Yeah, we
Can
can
you
leave.
off then?
Joe, can you wraith mode down to here and I'll throw us a zip
Yeah.
to get the fuck out? Oh wait, they're probably going to attack.
Hostile close. Getting shot at.
Yeah, whatever. I can get to you guys. Yeah, I can get to you guys.
Easier.
It's fine.
Someone's got a shot on me. Pretty sure.
Oh fuck, where you at?
There's
Alright,
only
I'm
two
setting
here.
up-
I'm just killed the one. Yeah, I'm getting this.
Set the portal.
It's just you and me. The enemies are shooting at me.
Got one of them.
Enemy taken down.
No, the robot's almost dead, so the
I'm
Oh
almost
shit!
dead,
I
too.
thought you were up here.
160 to him.
Oh, there's two of them up here.
I am up here. Oh god damn it. Oh, What's up here? What?
The
Where's up
middle
here at?
area
Is
where
that-
it's open, where Grim
Down below.
is.
Drop down. Yeah. You might as well heal yourself. You're all healed.
I don't have any heals. I came up top because I thought they were up top, but God damn it! God damn it! I understand that's one up top, but when I heard here up top, I thought it meant top. But we're making progress.
I lost points on that one.
Got a bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too. Be right back.
So yeah, I'm also working on my illustration app, Sonic thing.
I was also confused because, like, when Grim was fighting and set up here or whatever, I zipped up to the very top and there was a guy there and I downed him, so I thought that I thought his whole squad was in there, and then I ran inside and there was nobody anywhere, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It happens. No biggie.
The cage is confusing. There's like 5 levels on it, and one of them is up top in the open air, and then there's another 2 or 3 levels with another top floor.
Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, boom, you're dead.
Trust me. I know what I'm doing.
Right. So, let's try the extreme stunt zone.
Stunt zone. Let's get stunting.
If you have to breathe.
Stunt mode activated. Whoever does a backflip fastest wins.
Is that how I do it?
Wow, I didn't know the fucking ring of fire would burn you. I hear people, I think. No. Yes. No. Yes, no. Right here. Connell start. Damn, he's lagging on me a little. There's two of them. There's two of them.
Thermite grenade out.
There's a Wraith and a Birdman, I
yeah.
think.
My controller fell to the ground. Yep, I'm dead. Another one is up here.
Shot me out of the fucking sky.
Oh, what? Wow. Yeah, that was dog shit. It was like both of them were dead on you in the middle of the air. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, I didn't have any. My control while we were flying, my controller stepped on the
Yeah, I was
wire,
wondering why you wouldn't
and
break off. I was like,
It made my whole controller fall to the ground, and then I plugged it back in, turned it on, and then kept disconnecting. Then I turned it back on and disconnect again. And then when it turned on, then I'm spinning circles looking at the sky for like a little bit. It was a little hectic.
I wish they would fix this bug where it sounds like somebody is constantly like either switching legends or readying up over and over and over while you're in the lobby waiting for it. It's been here like since probably the beginning of the game. You'd think they could fix that by now.
And that's from Mirage, you're saying?
I don't know if it's just Mirage.
Well, right now I'm noticing it on you, but yeah, I don't think it's just you. Come on, big 200 game. It's a little more Skull Town if it's going away.
Let's land here. Heard that.
All right.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
I guess I'll
You got
go
that building.
there.
This way.
I'll go to the intersection.
All right. There's a heavy mech.
Next ring's far.
Everybody got a gun?
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a shirt here.
Oh,
There's
somebody's
another
getting brought
shirt here.
back.
Let's See the
Yeah.
shirt?
Do you guys want to attack this? He's far away. Never mind. He's far away. I just can't believe somebody's getting brought back that quick. Nobody land in Skulltown?
I did, man. I'm far. See this shirt?
Oh, blue.
No,
yeah,
it's
go
all
for
you,
it.
Joe.
Nine.
Spitfire here. Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
I'm throwing down a Havoc.
Yeah, no.
60
That
ammo beside it. Here's
might
another
be my
Prowler.
problem. I don't know.
What might be?
The Havoc might be part of my problem.
1 minute. Rings not far.
The spin up, yeah. It does damage.
Yeah, it's a
of
double
course,
edged sword.
but it's not very accurate and spin up pretty long.
Extended heavy mag here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Got any light knives?
Close range.
I don't know. Might have been one.
I've only found one white one that I needed.
I just picked up a blue one. I don't think I dropped one for it because I would have pinged it.
I just found one. Too.
If I see some spare heavy, I could use it.
Yeah, I can spare some.
Alright.
There's a stack.
Ammo here.
Thank you. Oh, thanks.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Oh, we all got
1 to 2.
good backpacks.
There you go, Joe. Blue shirt for you.
Alright.
Put the shield side in here.
R99 here.
Oh, there's a blue shirt up here.
Forget that.
More light ammo.
Stabilizer here. Level 1.
Syringes.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Oh, where was that?
Knockdown shield here. Prowler SMG here.
Oh, cool.
One to. Oh no, that's a sniper.
Yeah, I got two 2X's. So I'm good. Unless we find like a threat site, then.
Optics here.
Did I see a?
Close range.
I don't know if I saw it threat this game. I must not have been. I can't remember where
Yeah,
it
I
was at if it was.
don't think one
I
got
don't think
pinged.
I did.
But
Yeah, I think it's another game. Hey, we're already almost positive. Number 8 squad.
Yeah. We worked hard for it.
Yeah, you know.
You get what we deserve.
Empty Skull Town. So, where do you guys want to go? Just toward the
Knockdown
circle?
shield here. Level 2. Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
I could use that.
oh shit, you know, they don't have open Facebook.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
Oh, shit's unlooted.
Yeah.
Flatline here. Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here.
Lifeline care package came in down that alleyway.
Might be something good this way.
Oh, okay, okay. Does it look pretty
They
far
ship
away?
the walls almost on us. We're gonna have to go that way.
Okay, okay.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 1.
Heavy ammo here.
Frag grenade here.
It was right down this cut.
Was it really far
Malibu was
away,
right
Joe,
down
or-
here in this
Okay.
river area.
No bamboozle.
Trying to peep him. I got a 4X, but I don't see him yet. Oh, there he is. There he is. Yep. We're in the circle. We're safe. So.
Up top.
One here. Sending out my decoy.
Oh, it's two squads fighting. It's two squads.
Yeah, there's people over there. They're shooting at us from the right.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We're being
Okay.
pinched.
This dude's on the roof, I think.
I don't see anybody up on the roof from where I am.
Shit! Shit! I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Somebody's airstriking and.
Ah,
Maybe
motherfucker.
not. Oh fuck!
Fucking dead.
Oh no! I'm just
No,
getting
take it,
shielded
take whatever.
again,
Take
Joe.
it all.
Oh god damn it! Oh god damn. No! Fuck! Oh dude, that makes me want to slide my fucking controller across the room. I didn't know he could get up on that rock next to me. Fuck. Did those two squads just stop fighting and decide to
We
attack
walked right in
us?
between them, so probably.
Yeah, we gotta. I think we need to stick to the mop-up strategy when possible. But they saw me too. I mean, the one on the right saw us, so I guess they started attacking regardless.
Yeah, at that point, there's nothing you can really do.
Nah.
We couldn't have really waited it out when they were that's when, I like to just go to one side where the other team's
Yeah.
gonna shoot you.
Sorry, I apologize if I was trying to place blame. I mean, we were all
No.
fucking in the middle of them. And anyway, don't want to be a dickhead anyway. So, you know, sorry, I wasn't trying to be an asshole. Sorry.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's just my strategy.
Yeah,
So you don't get third party by the other two teams.
I was hoping for that last fucker to run around that rock, but I did not know you could zip up on top of it, or I didn't see it, or whatever, and he just fucking bombed on me. But that wasn't bad though. I mean, that was practically break even. We were like number 8 or 7 or something.
I'm ready up,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, we were number 7.
Okay.
I still lost like 4 or 6 points or something.
Yeah, it was like 4 points. Hey, if you push up and left and right on your D-pad, it highlights the check mark of your squad mates in the ready up room. Wonder what the purpose of that is.
Really?
Yeah, like just push your D-pad around and it'll start.
And then you can like look at their stuff if you hit A on it. Like opens up their banner card.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
know that either.
I know you could do it like with the mouse, put the circle over and look at the banner.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know you could just hit up.
Did you guys see that? This is probably a couple of years ago, but like that, like accessibility controller that Microsoft came up with. It's like,
Yeah.
Disabled
you know, if you
people.
got like, yeah, it's got like 2 discs on it or something, but I guess you can attach customized attachments to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I read about it.
It's kind of interesting.
This is your champion.
Hi, friends.
Kenzie Rose is the. I hope I don't get killed by Kenzie Rose.
It sounds pretty intimidating. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Jump fast. I won't let you down.
She's probably like a fucking badass or something. Shit. So let's get something.
Bouncy
off
house?
the line. Well, okay, yeah, we
We
do.
have a good go there. Well, I didn't. I woke up in the
Yeah.
middle of a field with like going into a seizure, basically. It was a little rough.
Yeah, I was like, man, I wonder why Grimm's not breaking off. He never stays with me till ground level. And it's like,
Yeah. Would you try to like fly through the ring or something to grab the shirt? Is that what happened?
no, I was just trying to get through the ring to get to the next building or something. And like, got burned on the fire. Oh shit. I don't have a gun yet. Okay, where they at? Where they at?
Oh shit, they're up top.
On both sides
Oh,
of
I'm
me. Yeah,
getting shot by a lot of them.
I'm coming. I'm almost there. Fuck!
They had
Pull
our
out the
boat.
gun. Got one.
Yeah, there's 2 right run up the steps right here.
Parasite down.
Yeah,
Why
kid.
can't I reload?
One
There we
left.
go.
Good going. He's jumping behind you.
Yeah,
Or
he's
he
right here.
jumped down.
He's running behind now. Over
He
there
should be
now.
hurt
in
a
his
little.
dome shield. He's coming up soon.
We traded, but everybody there.
Yeah.
Oh,
what?
you got him.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that sucks. Oh,
Oh well,
man.
we got killed. Oh, that's.
Did you get
yeah,
the kill
you
for that
know,
too?
Yeah, I got
You
2
traded?
That's
kills.
the. Yeah, we got That's the first, I think, for ranked games for me. in
Yeah, I've never
general,
seen
but
that.
I think it's the first for all
I've
of us.
traded before, but I've never traded with the
Yeah,
last
that's-
person of the opposing squad.
Yeah. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that sucks.
I guess they were as pissed as
Uh,
we were. And they got the exact
yeah.
same stats we got. So, I mean, overall. Damn.
Man.
What the fuck? Yeah, I saw you like. I think I saw you landing your shots, you know, and it was like, I was like, what? Squad eliminated? Because I knew he was hurt.
Yeah, I saw his box go flying. Yeah, in Gibraltar.
Oh damn, that was crazy. You might want to clip
I
that.
tried.
shit.
We'll see what happens.
I bet that doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, I'll make a clip. I did clip that on Twitch, but I might have hit that too late, so I might have got not that. But I'll definitely go back.
Hey, can you export like your video clips from
I can
Twitch
download them, yeah.
to like that? Are they like really huge?
No, they're not.
Or, they're like reasonable.
Yeah, the clips are less than a minute. Minute is the longest that I can make a clip, so it's, I don't know. I have a bunch downloaded on my phone because I make it on the computer and then I go to the website on my phone on desktop mode, and then I can download it, and then I can just upload it right to Instagram.
Could you? This is no. Oh, can you download them from Instagram?
No,
Like a
no,
somebody
you can
looking
download
at
them from Twitch.
Okay. Oh, okay. The reason I'm asking, well, I'll tell you in a minute. I'll get a little loot and then I'll tell you when it's quiet.
Good night, guys. Have a good one. Good night, babe. What time do you want to get up?
8:30.
Sleepy
8:30? What's up, Opie? Coming to ruin my day. You know what? I'm gonna run with that Peacekeeper early game. Peacekeeper with a purple bolt early
yeah,
game.
Ooh. Well, excuse me, my light bulb was down for you.
So I'll let it go this time.
It didn't happen. It hasn't been happening lately. But after I fucking slammed my controller on the ground, it's not the same.
Oh man, yeah. I've flung one before. It's been a little while, but I was
Done
well
good old
into
flinging.
adulthood. Yeah. It hasn't been that long.
Are you running Energy Zero?
No, I threw it down. You want 60 energy?
No, I just.
Flatline.
Yeah, I might
Off
switch
it.
to it later.
Oh yeah, but so the clip thing. I was wondering if maybe you could send me just a few little clips of some good action to experiment
People are
with this video editor.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that direction.
I don't know how good the quality would be being sent.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I really just want to. Okay. We're 50 feet behind you, Grim.
I'm in a bag. Come on, bag. No bag. Oh. Damn, I don't even have a knockdown shoulder work. I didn't even realize how much of nothing I have.
You want me to send a zip? Like, oh, I can't send it that far. Never mind. You want to approach him?
Yeah. Are they in here? Oh, I just saw a dome go up
No.
again over there.
Yeah, no,
So,
they're
yeah,
over, I think.
let me know if you find anything you wear. Alright, I found a bag. So I need a knockdown and a helmet.
Oh, they're getting their buddies up. They're getting their buddies up in the dome.
Oh, shit. There's another squad over there.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm
Maybe we
in
should,
stealth mode. I'm in stealth mode.
Alright, there's another shirt back there you can grab, Zero. Grim just pinged it.
I've got an Evo and he's
Oh,
17
okay.
more to
I
get
didn't
to.
realize it was an Evo.
Those squads like zipping away, it looks like. Oh,
Okay.
they're underneath. You see them there? They're right there.
Oh, okay. Fuck, I should have
Jam
popped
the
that.
Arc Star up into that hole. Oh, I don't know where they
He
went.
he ran
They're
from the
not
hole.
there
He
anymore.
ran from the hole up to the right somewhere.
I hear them healing up in there.
Yeah, I just did damage. I threw an arc star through the
I'll take
window
it.
and just did damage. Somebody's
Oh,
on the
good
roof.
shit, good shit. I got one down in here.
God damn, there's someone else back here. Another fucking squad or person there.
Oh, hell no.
Fucking raping me. I was climbing up the
Oh,
fucking roof.
no, there's two here.
Crawl towards
Yeah.
me if you can. Okay.
Joe, you might want to, I'm
Yeah.
a boss. You might want to get away.
I can crawl off this edge.
Oh, I didn't know you were alive. Okay. Oh, good shit, good shit.
What? 3 Peacekeeper shots?
Oh, no! was very close. That was very close. I guess we're just having bad luck.
Was that just
Like-
one squad at the end, or?
I think it was 2 because I killed that one that Joe damaged with Arc Star through the inside. I killed him, so
Yeah, I threw another archer.
Then there was that guy
30.
behind
That was
us.
my only damage.
yeah.
Yeah, the guy behind us. I climbed up and he just shot me the whole time before I could even shoot the person up
So
top.
it
and
might have
took away
been-
all 200 of my health.
Oh damn. Yeah, it might have been 2 squads. I don't know. He killed me too, I believe. Somebody did. I'm pretty sure it was him.
That sucks. When Joe almost had me up. He just popped out
Yeah.
or whatever.
Oh,
I think
oh,
that's,
you weren't up?
I think that's. Well, no. Well, Joe got me up, but as soon as I got up, I got behind him.
Oh yeah.
I think they were a Bangler. I think, right? I think that's who shot me in the back.
Yeah,
also.
Okay.
Is it not
Oh
going
yeah.
well?
I think I saw a bang. I don't know.
No, it's
The one that was towards Skull Town.
both them and the game. Like they're just like leaving me and stuff. So I'm just running my own stuff like I'm playing with randoms. And then I'm doing terrible, so
You're planting me.
Let's touch down here.
Oh yeah, we haven't found that tonight. Joe, you're sorry.
Joe, you're the jump master. Joe, you're the jump master. Joe.
Joe, you're Joe Master Joe. Joe, your new nickname is Silent Rage.
Joe does not approve. 0
He's
out of
probably
5
talking right
stars.
now.
Would not recommend.
Joe, are you muted?
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I got a caustic on me.
I'm looking for a gun. I'm looking for a gun. No guns up top.
In here. Oh, now he's running behind that rock.
Still have no gun. I'm trying.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah, bitch. I'm coming, Joe.
I'm getting
Oh,
executed.
fuck. I got 2 kills.
Pop off a shot.
I'm running through gas. I'm running through gas. Oh, God. He's right here. He's got a shotgun. He's got an Eva. Damn caustic. Oh, no. Double thickness. Oh, he's getting his dude up. Oh, get fucked, kid.
Stop doing that, man.
Oh, what an asshole that guy.
I told him not to, and he fucking did it anyway.
Big fucking asshole.
Oh, man.
I had to run right into his gas traps.
I'm gonna fuck something up. My controller keeps losing audio. Fucking.
Oh
Every
yeah, I just
couple
heard you
minutes.
when you said hello.
Yeah.
So did you end up trying your brother's controller too?
Nah,
And
nah.
it was just a headset? Okay. If one of you guys wants to be robot or anything, just let me know. I don't mind playing another character.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
God damn it, Opie.
I say we land here.
I think we can make that.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
Why in a bad mood, Joe?
No reason.
I mean, we're getting mad points, so... that
I've
should
lost
make you
points
happy.
like the last 15 games.
I know, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm not
Since I
exactly-
started, I'm down so many points.
Yeah, I'm down quite a few.
Here's the 2x.
Oh, sorry. You guys have decent
Yeah, I
guns?
got a gun.
There's shit right
oh,
there.
you got shit.
Yeah. It just points, Joe. It doesn't really matter. Don't let it bother you. You just play to have fun.
For, live to win till you die. I can't remember their lyrics. Oh, med kit where I marked the waypoint there.
Got a light gun somewhere. Yeah.
Shit, a hemlock? Anybody want a flatline? It's right there.
Yeah. Actually, you know, let's see if I can do good stuff for the Prowler. We got a Select Fire, be even better.
Alright.
I don't know, maybe I should get that flatline. I just found a good mag. Yeah, let me do that. I feel like I'll play better. I'm full
Hard
of.
choices.
You remember where you left it?
It's right behind the wall, like the middle of the wall. There's
Behind that
close to a
bin?
bin. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
the front part of the wall, and I'm throwing you a zip line to get back.
Oh, I found it. Cool. Awesome. Somebody's throwing some shit. See that?
Yeah, I see people
Thought I
over
heard
there.
walking, maybe.
Did you throw
No.
one of those balls, Joe? Oh. Oh yeah, they're on the roof there.
Okay. There's two of them on the roof.
They're off the roof. I don't see them.
Yeah, good shit.
Oh, there's somebody like frozen right there. You see that?
Cover.
Oh, it was a decoy. It was like frozen on 1 foot.
Oh shit!
Shit. Alright, I'm coming.
There's two on the ground, one on this roof. Okay, roof dropped off.
Someone's right here.
That one's down. That one's down. Oh, that's me, Grim. But that's not me. Down here.
Just broke their shields. What? How am I not?
Got
Okay.
your brawler, got your brawler.
Oh man, I was about to.
Yeah, bitches.
Fucking bitch.
Don't lose my shit. Back here. Here you guys got like a one syringe
Yeah,
to spare.
I got all the syringes.
I don't have a square to spare.
There's some in here.
Let's take two of them. Thank you. I got a med kit too, so. Grim, go ahead if you want those. I took a couple of the cells and one of the syringes there. Oh, there's syringes up there. Oh, is that somebody zipping? Somebody zipping. That's an enemy. Enemy up in here. So on the
Put it on the roof.
On the roof, yeah.
Right here. Yep. And they're on the roof. They're on the roof too.
One down.
Bangalore coming up.
This guy's almost down. This robot is almost down. Oh, his buddy is with him. Banging his Phoenix Center shielding up.
God damn. Yeah, I almost died.
Yeah, I know you got healed.
You're being pinged by this.
We're positive, so no
Pinged by
pressure.
this
But,
jerk off.
on the roof, coming at you, Crim. And the other one is on my box.
They're like down. Oh, okay.
No, right there, right there, right there. Yeah.
I don't know where the third is.
So we got one more.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, so close. So close.
Wait, what? I did 214 damage to him. I guess he had a red shirt.
Oh yeah, must have. That stuff sticks. But that was a better game than we've had in a few games, though. All the same, we were beating some kids down. We didn't get all the kills for the. I mean, we had at least 5 kids beaten, but it only gave, you know, it didn't give us all those kills because the dude survived. He probably died in the storm, though. Honestly, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, come on,
probably
I'm getting a platinum boner. I need this. This platinum.
I'm gonna see a doctor about that.
You get a platinum boner for more than 4 hours. See your physician.
Yeah. Seek medical attention immediately. Pretty sure that's how it goes.
The little platinum pill. You've been using your, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Maybe it's Spanish, but some other language, French maybe. Their word for orgasm literally means little death.
Oh, you know, I've heard of that. Yeah, I don't know what language it is, but I've heard of that mentioned.
What's wrong, Joe? Cheer up, man. Playing
I'm
games for
fine.
fun, bro.
I'm having a blast.
fun game. You're not very convincing. I'll tell you that.
He's drawing. He's
You
drawing
know what
like.
make Joe happy? Speak out here. That make Joe happy. Joe likes reload.
All right. Just happy here, you know, drawing Droopy and Eeyore and shit.
2 squads dropping with us.
Oh,
2
fuck.
squads
What?
dropping with us.
2 squads with us.
All right. Gang
They're going
faces on,
closer.
fellas.
Yeah, they're going to the other side, I think.
Oh, they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
but
they
to the
are. They are.
grave.
Yeah, that's where we gotta put them cradled in the grave.
I'm gonna jam my gold hat right in your fucking face.
There's a scout over here.
White shirt and
Look at the map. Might be something good this way.
That's
blue
the
hat.
scout. That's the scout.
Do you want to scout? I'm dropping one.
Oh, yo, enemy.
Hostile right here.
Shit. Where? Oh.
Head man, that's where. Fuck with us. Somebody else is coming. He's got nothing in his box.
They're taking the balloon.
One of them's taking the balloon. No.
Yeah.
Yo, where's this?
I was shooting a guy on the balloon.
Oh, are you shooting?
He's straight flying away, leaving his boy.
You better get out here, kid. Don't want no smoke.
Blue shirt.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
No, there's another one up here. There's 2 blue shirts.
Oh, hell yeah. Please, mark it, please. Thank you. Oh, it
It's
disappeared.
down the bottom
Yeah.
here. It's right.
Okay. Somebody's been up top there. I assume it was one of those guys. But there's still stuff there, I think.
Looking around. I don't see anybody on like this side of the map or whatever yet. Oh shit! I just noticed I don't even have a single shield cell. Here's a
I don't
99.
either. I just seen it right in
Oh,
the spare, but
scared me.
The ring is a far distance. 1 minute remains.
Oh, somebody's following me.
here's some heavy.
Where? Up here?
On the under the
Oh,
porch.
shit.
I mean, on the porch, I guess. Go ahead if you need that. I got a lot more.
Hostile detected.
Blue shot.
Oh,
yeah,
they
yeah.
are. You see them?
Yeah, broke his shield, hit him for 15 more.
Well, there's boxes up here. I think it's like a whole squad. Oh, somebody's in that house.
Somebody's over to the
No.
balloon side.
Yeah, I see
Oh,
them.
Grim, you charged them? There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them.
Ah, of course. Revving it up
Fuck,
top.
I'm sorry, I'm in a battle with.
Yeah.
I am taking fire, friends.
Goddamn. Fuck.
Opie, come here, you fuck.
Oh my god. I didn't have any shield. I was like 80 health or something. I wish that guy did not have his little white knockdown shield, and I could have gotten a kill. I was trying to kill him and then kill one Grim down to get us a kill, so we would get some pointage. But that other asshole just had to come and poke his nose in.
Fucking ruined everything. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was looking at Joe's symbol there, the gold 2 symbol. It looked like it flashed between 4 and 2 for a second. Like Just like a split second, it was weird.
I don't know. I've been to for a
Apex.
while. Not for much longer though.
Yeah, I was like, maybe we'll get us another one of those, 150 to 200 pointers.
Yeah, I need it. If I lose 3 more games,
It's like
I'm
our
back to
first-
gold 3.
Yeah, I hope we advance. Yo, on my progress here, it says I'm 4430. Oh, never mind. I didn't understand how it worked for a minute. Math hard.
is hard. Math be hard.
Hey. Grim is in the lead on the pointage.
How close am I? Did you look?
No, I'm just looking at your bar. I can't really tell exact numbers.
No. I was like 198 away.
Wow, yeah, I was maybe 2 something away.
I think I might. I don't even know what it is now.
I don't
Like
remember,
400
maybe 3 away. Yeah, I'm like 370 away right now.
Alexa, play Mercules.
I want him to make a fucking short circuit Johnny 5 skin for Pathfinder.
Johnny number 5. I used to like that
I'd
movie
pay-
as a kid.
Yeah, me too. I'd pay like $350 for that.
Tree fit.
Give about $350.
About tree fit. Didn't we win like our first ranked game?
It was like our first.
Like,
I didn't remember. It was one of our very early ones. I thought it was first too. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was
I think it was our
somewhere
first
in
one.
the beginning. Alright, Mr. Mechanic. Alright, Mr. Zero.
Tune it up. Oh shit. Okay.
Tune. Oh yeah. You want to do blue? We haven't done a blue.
Hustler. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's a long drop.
Always sweet ass loot in the blue zones.
Yeah, I'm gonna land in the same building, and if we can't all get guns,
No.
we just run
Yeah.
to the mountain or the.
Yeah, we can do some. Yeah, so I guess we could divvy up buildings. First floor, middle floor, bottom floor, so at least all of us have
Sure.
a gun real quick.
I got an alternator, so here's a blue heavy, here's a havoc over here.
Now. I got
Havoc
an
bottom
alternator.
floor.
P2020 and a triple take.
And keep around.
I'll take this Havoc.
Oh,
I
you
don't
want
see
a
no
havoc
way,
down there?
dude.
There you go.
Did really nobody go to the blue zone? I don't see anything disturbed.
Oh, awesome. Okay, I'm running to
And
the
there's
mountain
a
as
sweet
well.
ass bird with a fucking purple. Oh, he's going away.
What's this lane shield in here?
Another Havoc and alternator. There should be something good, like a gold something here. One of us should find it, since
Yeah, I've found nothing but like alternators and shit.
alternators and Havocs. That's all I've
Yeah,
seen.
hey, There's an alternator and a
That's
havoc in the
exactly
mountain
it.
here
Oh.
too.
Another alternator, another havoc. Oh, 99.
What the fuck? This is weird.
Non-stupid thing. And a good
Okay, this is
bag.
weird, you guys.
About that.
Another alternator. Okay. This is getting crazy.
What is their obsession with alternators and habits in this game?
Oh, here's something.
Blue ass, blue ass.
Here's a battery. Here's a battery.
Ooh, check it out.
And a Phoenix kit over here.
Pick the blue bag if somebody wants it. I have a
You
Phoenix
want
kit,
that blue
so
bag, Joe?
No, you can
I'll
take
carry it if you don't want it.
I don't even see it. I'll bring you a Phoenix kit, Joe. I don't see the blue bag. No big.
Oh no. I got this thing. I thought it was gonna fall like on the mountaintop or some shit. It looked like. It might have though. Oh no. There you go. Cool guy bags for everybody. You want a cool guy bag? You got a cool guy bag.
Yeah, cool guy bags.
Great. The ring is close. Less than a minute.
Yeah, I could use that.
There's another havoc. Wow. I'm still just got an
That's
alternator.
really- that's,
This is fucking lame. But we got good armor anyway, so that's cool.
Yeah. And purple
Here,
bag.
Joe, come get this level 3. I'll take your level 2.
No, it's fine.
But Joe, I want you to be a happy boy. Have you guys ever heard that song, Happy Boy?
No, can't say that I have.
Can't say that I have.
It's pretty damn funny. I'd play it, but it'd probably get Joe's channel copyright flagged and permanently taken off the air or something, so.
Storm Summer, we don't have much time. Motherfucker, ow.
Oh, we're top 10. You know, on this, I'm gonna drop an alternator. I know you didn't have enough opportunities to get an alternator over there, so.
I'll take it.
Like nothing but alternators and havocs in that whole fucking place. I bet there were like
I still
5
have.
of
I haven't
each.
even seen a single heavy gun.
I pinged the wingman.
There we go. There's a wingman.
Either of you need any light
Yeah,
ammo? I'm gonna drop.
I do need
Yeah,
those heavy
just
bullets.
'cause
Though,
it's,
'cause I don't have any at all for this wingman that I just picked up.
Here's a box. I got 51 for my flatline.
Stack for you, stack for you. There you go.
Oh
Thank
shit,
you.
thanks.
Keep a
Oh, here, I
stack
didn't
for
mean to-
myself.
I picked up Grim Stack.
I'm picking up all the stacks, bro. Oh, what
Stacks
happened?
on
I dropped my
stacks.
late ammo by accident too. What is going on here?
I'm gonna check the ship.
I can give you some light. I got a scout with 140. Oh, the circle's coming in on you, Joe. On all of us, shit. Wow, we got a long run too.
Yeah, I only have a couple syringes and that's it.
It's just round one, but
Fuck. Just opening that. Shit. Apparently the way I went was the dumb way. It's probably faster to go the other way. Probably couldn't follow me.
okay,
I'll
okay.
just meet you.
Full converge, okay. I'll try to throw us a zip line when we get to a decent spot,
Alright.
Joe.
People fighting somewhere down there. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I hear him over to the left.
People there-ish and over there.
He'll
Yep.
come behind me,
Right
Joe.
behind
Through the zip. Relatively close to Grim.
Or this house will be in, but I'm not sure if somebody's in here or not. Oh, finally. I feel like a cool guy like you guys. My shirt? 301.
Do you have heals,
Yeah.
Joe? I got a couple
Yeah, I
syringes
got
here. Okay.
Can you see what this shit's all about?
I'm sure.
Sure. Oh yeah, I see it. You see it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Over there. Yeah, you hopped down like an idiot. My God, there's people
I just
coming
stuck
everywhere.
somebody with that arc star.
Yeah.
I
down.
did 74 and 30 with that.
I'm moving
They're getting them up.
Grim 'cause
We're getting somebody up right here.
yeah, that's my arc star. That's my arc star.
That's yours. Oh, you have me running away and shit. There's still other motherfuckers around, so be careful.
Yep, they're above us. Fuck, another one. Oh, that's from the middle. That's from the middle.
Oh, Bangalore.
Got her.
Bangalore's down. Grenades.
Nades everywhere. Nades
Oh, I
everywhere.
got
Oh my god.
grenaded.
Shit. Where's Joe?
I'm gonna crawl into this building.
I dropped down
Ooh,
for
and I
a
have a
shield
Phoenix?
swap.
Banging.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
Grim here. Okay, you got one. Okay. I'm dropping down to Joe. I hear
Yeah.
him around us, Joe. Just play it smart. We're all healed.
They're right there.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, here's gone.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
All right,
No,
I'm
no,
just-
no,
I'm
no,
just-
no.
One down.
Coming behind you, boys.
Oh shit! A fucking peacekeeper. Why was she throwing punches?
Oh,
Ah.
so close. Oh, good. You guys did good. Just
There was a
fucking.
trailer up
They
there.
got lucky positioning.
Get it.
Did one of y'all? Y'all probably came out positive in that one, didn't you? Because I had -4.
I got
Yeah, me
20.
too.
Good shit. Good shit.
I guess I had the assists on those
Damn, that
kills.
was close. We were kicking kids' ass.
So
Yeah,
I
I
guess
didn't
I
have
had
any kills
the
that last
assist on
time.
those kills,
All
but
of
I didn't
them.
have any kills.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
two
did kinda
kills,
shitty that game.
0 assists. So
I'll head up
Yeah.
0-0.
you must have helped with both the ones I got or whatever.
I got pee. I'll be right back.
You didn't get
No.
any kills, Joe? You were the one that ran into the
Yeah.
lifeline fence with me,
No.
right? And downed the two of them? So I downed the caustic before the. Oh, maybe that was the caustic she was getting up.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, that I did
I
run
was
into
gonna
that.
say I only.
I didn't know he meant by fence, but yeah, I did run into everything.
Okay. So I was thinking I downed the caustic, then we did that. So you should have got one of those kills, but maybe that was the caustic she was getting up.
All right, let's do this. It'll be fun. If not, well, we all make bad choices. You live, you learn.
If there was somebody else that had 3 kills instead of 2.
Introducing your champion. I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
Back.
Oh,
Whatever. I mean, as long as
Looks like 3 other squads are landing here with us.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Somebody fucking dropped early.
Alright. Open
Yeah,
gun.
fuck.
I'm on hook left.
I'm
Oh,
down.
there's a shirt over here. I still don't see guns. What the fuck? Is there any guns in there?
I hurt this
This
raid.
robot got a gun. Fuck, man.
I'll be back.
Still no.
Yeah, they might fight each other, Grandma.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get both your banners. Oh, getting somebody up right here.
Oh, they had the
Fucking
third.
double team, man. God damn. Oh, that was not even on their squad. Holy shit.
Oh shit.
I'm back.
New batteries get the notice now. I'm in a fucking game. Like usual. What was that noise? Ah. They actually just said controller batteries low.
guess I'm gonna put on some music. I'm sorry, guys. I think that's the reason we've been losing because I didn't have my music on.
No, it's probably it. I play much better with music, for sure.
You know, I feel I play better in a way, but in another way, it can also interfere with hearing shit you need to hear. It's hard to say.
Yeah. Depends how
I
loud
don't
you
know. It's probably overall better because you got that flow. You got the hustle and flow. You know.
have. Yeah,
Step up to
the
the
whoop that
streets.
trick. You definitely have a little whoop that trick in there.
Yeah. Rub a little whoop that trick on it.
Little beat that bitch, punch that hoe.
The ring isn't really complex, but it can be a little complicated. Wait, what did I just say?
Skinny Black, man. Goddamn. Skinny Black.
Good choice.
Is that a rapper?
Yeah, and Hustle and Flow, the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Played by
I've never
Ludacris.
even seen the movie.
I'm Skinny Black, man. Listen to my demo on my fucking no, not VHS. Was it audio cassette? My audio cassette. Whoop that shit. Oh, you don't want to hear it? Oh, I'll break your face in this toilet, bitch. He doesn't say that. That's just what happens.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
just paraphrasing.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hey, sorry for the rhythm
I guess it's. No, you know what? Yeah, let's do Poop Town.
If you have to breathe.
Right, right. Joe, here's a
I'm
45.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah. I don't know where they are. Right.
Moving
Oh, here.
towards it. Shit.
He roboted away. Fuck him. I'm not chasing him. The shirt here.
Alright.
Back up here. Level 4.
Oh, shit. Ship's landing above the revived thing over here.
Well, might be some motherfuckers on there.
Yes.
Let's be honest. Ooh, and there's a prattler?
Yeah, I never realized the ship took that long for the landing sequence. It takes forever.
Oh, I'm sure I don't have a light gun yet. But I guess I'll need it. I don't want this havoc ass shit.
Not looted.
60 seconds until the ring closes.
Oh,
No sweat for me. Body shield.
Oh, nice.
Level 2. Got a helmet here, amigos. Level 2.
White light mag there. And the
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Someone's gotta pick up the new kill leader. They're too cocky. We've got 45 seconds. If you don't got robotic legs, you need to move.
I was trying to mark the ammo.
Man here.
Helmet here.
Yep, motherfuckers over there.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm just gonna start harassing them while you guys are.
Did he? Okay, I'm coming
have
to you. I don't see
A
him
whole
yet.
lot
I'm
of
coming to
doubles. They're in the house.
you. Okay.
Oh shit! I got somebody up in there.
Oh, nice, nice.
I just broke somebody's
There's a
shield
gas
in there
trap
with my
down
grenade.
Yes.
I just knocked somebody.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm trying to get to you, Joe. Alright.
Ah! Man, he's almost dead to caustic. And there's another guy here. He's the last one. There's 3 of them. One of them is the shield. Dang it. Yeah, I forgot to put my fucking gun on cool guy mode.
Knockdown shield here. Level 4. R301 here. Optics here. Close range.
Teal's in here. Barrel Staby.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
I guess I shouldn't be running double heavy.
There's this third box.
Yeah, it's like impossible to find enough ammo to feed that.
Yeah, some games I've had a lot, you know, but it is tough most of the time.
In the beginning, it's tough. Later on, when we're getting mad boxes, it's a lot easier. But in the beginning,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know, I feel like in competitive, when you wipe out a squad, it should put you at like negative nothing points, no matter what league you're playing in. Like, it should put you at 0 points if you can kill one squad.
Storm's coming in.
Oh, okay.
There's a balloon over there. Yeah, we don't
Damn,
have to
Grim,
go
that
too
was a
far,
long ass
but-
zippity zip.
Yeah. This is looted, but I think this is the squad that came after us.
I'm going up to the diving board.
And I'm
Joe.
just heading towards the circle.
There's nothing up here.
Oh yeah, okay, okay.
Could use a heavy mag if we find one. Digital threat.
Select car.
I got one.
Syringe here. Got a helmet here, amigos. Level 2. Heavy ammo here.
Ooh, yes.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Thermite grenade here.
Oh, I thought that was a clip.
Level 1.
Found a blue stabilizer.
I've got some light ammo to spare if anybody's low.
Well, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm
Super
good.
Good shit. Come on, one more squad. Give us that top 10. Shit.
Thermite grenade here.
Nobody's gonna pick up that heavy. Let me know. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll just watch where you pinged it at.
R99 here.
More heavy up here, 2 boxes.
I don't need it, but if it's gonna get left behind, I'd rather have more heavy than light.
Just spotted someone out there.
Oh, shit.
I'm not
okay,
ninja.
okay.
They're running away.
You want to let him go or you want to attack? Okay.
Over there.
Are we? No,
you
they're the
see
same
more?
ones. Are
You
we
see more?
engaging? What are we doing?
I haven't. I'm
Sure,
not
there's
yet.
somebody waiting for him on the roof over there.
Oh yeah, yeah. You won't let him. You won't let him pop off and then mop up if we can. Oh, they see me. God damn. I'm running to cover. I don't think they see you guys. I don't know.
No, we can go. Depends. We'd have to run across the open field, or we can go
Yeah,
around.
we can go
the
around. We
field.
can go back.
Well, I'm right with you guys. Yeah, whatever you guys want. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Sounds like they're fighting now.
Yeah, when
now
Ashland
they're,
that's fighting,
now they're engaging.
that's a different story.
Is that a third
Big
squad,
Yeah.
guys?
2 squads fighting.
I think that's 3 squads.
Yeah, they just went from right to left. Everybody's focusing on where
Okay.
they originally were hanging at.
I'm kind of creeping through the village. Right
I'm
beside
burning
you
the shit
guys.
out of the squad up top. Broke a shield. They jumped off.
Someone jumped off towards you, Jeff.
Yeah, they went over the fence. Oh shit, there's two of them back here. Motherfucker. Whatever.
They like ran away.
Yo, I heard one on our original side. Fuck. Okay.
They
Somebody
get
in
them
here.
up.
All right.
You're getting somebody up.
I'm running up.
Got one, almost the other.
Got him. Somebody else is coming. Somebody else is coming. Where's the... I'm not running, Grim, but I'm throwing a zip to the revive spot. Fuck, they're all around us, bro.
Get back there.
Fuck, this guy's got no fucking throwables? Motherfucker. Yeah, they both
I think
jumped
they
the fence,
hopped the
bro.
wall.
Yeah, both of them. There's 2, at least.
Oh shit! Right here. Oh,
That medic's almost dead.
I got her. I need
Alright,
to heal
alright.
up.
Yep.
I'm gonna pop a Phoenix right over here.
God damn, what she got. She's right here, bro.
Ah.
You've been proud upon.
Yeah, that revive
Yeah, we
thing's
got
right
30
there.
seconds.
What did she have, dude? No,
No.
that's
Didn't
a
feel
lie,
good.
dude. That is
Whatever
a
it was.
fucking lie.
Not tickled.
It says she hit me 3 shots in a row for 147 with the wingman. That, kiss my ass. That is bullshit. She must be like a master of the hip fire. Like a
Shit.
fucking master.
10 seconds. We're about to lose the loot.
We got there's a zip line here.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yo, you were all
Oh,
up in my
God.
box.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, one of them was, oh, my bad. My bad. There you go.
Does anybody
there's
have like a
some
shitload of
deals
heavy?
in
All I
here.
need is heavy ammo.
Oh, those boxes
maybe I
up
need
top.
some-
You didn't get to look in them.
Oh yeah, and there's gold
Remember
boxes
these?
down in the courtyard. Oh, I thought there were. I guess that was on. the
Yeah,
other
I
side
had a
of the wall.
box on a.
Here's heals in here.
Yeah, I
Joe.
got heals. I'm good.
There you go. There's mad shit here, bro.
All right, good shit.
Hey,
just
you need
a little
heavy? I got you.
supplemental heavy, if there's any to spare.
Dude, it's like
No,
100
hey,
in
it's in
there.
this box. It's in this box. I'm good. Take it back.
Zero,
Take
you
it.
don't have a knockdown. Grab one.
Somebody's coming, I think.
Alright.
Yes, yes. Somebody's here. I've got her shield broke.
She's down. That down her.
Oh, good shit. I'm doing a Phoenix.
He went down below.
All right. All right, I'm healed.
Robots. down.
Somebody was pushing in
Oh,
over
my
here.
choppers. Oh,
Whoosh.
hell yeah.
No, they were
Oh,
just shooting
yeah.
from this door.
Oh, on the roof. On the corner of the roof here.
195.
Oh,
He has to go with that.
Yeah, he down.
Yo,
yeah.
bitch.
Right to a box.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro.
The ring isn't far. Backpack here. Level 3. Don't worry, it won't slow you down.
Alright,
Three
where
other
are all the
squads,
boxes?
boys.
Oh, here's one right here on the stairs.
I'm confused. There's so many boxes right now. I'm confused.
Well, right where I'm at is some.
I'm good, really. I mean, all I could use is like a extra Phoenix here. I just took them. I'm good.
You guys got plenty of shield batteries and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Alright. Because I might have
Those,
10 shield batteries.
I'm good. I'm good.
I have 6, so I'm plenty good.
Wait.
Shit, there's still 3 other squads. Damn. We got 12 seconds. Yeah, we should probably
How
move
many
in.
kills do you guys got?
I agree. I have 5. 3 assists.
I got 2,
many
no
kills?
assists.
3 kills. Luis.
Oh, there's a ship there. Or no, it's not. People zipped up here. Zero, do you
Hey.
have a zip line? Can you zip
I
line?
got-
I do not.
Oh, okay, I got a bounce pad.
I
We
do
need to
not
at
have
least
one.
get up to where they are.
Oh, they're right there. Shit.
I can't even see him.
Fucked up.
I don't have any throwables.
Yeah, I think we're
you
putting
bounce
ourselves
that
out
thing?
here. Let them
Yeah, let them
circle fuck
engage.
somebody up. Oh, I don't have
Yeah,
any
well, wait
throwables.
till you have
Well, I'm 50% away from it, so. Yeah, hey, you want to get to this teeny tiny circle and see what
they're
comes at
shooting
us?
over there too. There's people over there too.
Okay. Oh yeah. Those guys
How
up
long
top
until
are
you
going
get
to
your
have
zip?
to come to us. I'm at 64%. But those guys are going to have to come to us. We can hide behind a damn rock in this next
Is that
circle.
an enemy? Yeah, right there is the enemy.
Okay.
So that's where he is. So at least we know where he's at.
Yeah, I just hit him for 36.
Yeah, I can't shoot through that thing from where I'm at. But this is pretty nice cover as they start to push us.
Oh,
Yeah.
behind us, somebody. We gotta
Okay.
wait this dude
Yeah,
out. We
I
gotta
see
wait
him.
this dude
I see
out
him.
So we're not surrounded. Alright, I went down. 30 seconds. I'm gonna run in this little house.
Yeah, heal.
Actually, I'm just gonna do it here. Oh, nice.
Somebody's coming.
Patch myself up. Hang on.
Somebody's coming. I got no throwables.
Give my shield to recharge. Send that on my decoy.
They're over here. Over there.
Set up caustic traps over there.
Shit, last squad. Is it?
Somebody's to our right.
Shit, kids.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
right
right
here.
with us.
I'm down. It's all you, Zero.
This is on the jet. Yeah.
Oh shit.
No, we're all dead.
Oh,
Yeah, I heard that caustic setting up trap store,
We
right?
did good though.
Fuck.
Yeah, he almost went down. There was another guy out in the field I was shooting at, and then the caustic came in, and I hurt him
Well,
just a little.
that was a good game. We were
Oh yeah, no doubt. They
pushing
converged
on
on
through
us.
'em.
We were probably all three fighting each other. Oh, good.
Yeah, I was
good
dead
damage
for the
there.
fun part.
Yeah, I almost killed the Wraith. Fuck me up.
We all did pretty damn good there. It was a bunch of mini points. Mini points for the treasury.
Shit, I don't even notice how many points I got.
I had 76.
I got enough to make me happier than I was.
136. Okay, so now
That's why I got 136. I had a bunch of assists.
306. I'm getting close. Getting close.
Yeah. I need two. Surely you don't need 306. You mean 206? I need
No.
262,
Oh, wait.
and your bar looks bigger than mine.
46. 40, no, 206. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You know math's good.
Fire
Let me double check. No, I can't. No, I'm not sure. I mean, 4,800.
I'm just
I thought I had
basing that on
44
me
something.
needing less than 3.
4492.
Oh, I had 45 something, but your bar just looked like it was further along than mine. I don't know.
No, I can't remember. I don't know. I'll look next time. I forget. It might have been off by 100. Two or three. There's a two or
That was a
three
damn
on it.
good game, though. I needed that shit.
What about market?
Alright. Have we even landed there on a competitive game? I mean, on a rank?
Which hole should we land, Joe?
Probably the front hole.
Oh,
The
shit.
front hole is the
Missionary style.
Yeah.
Squad landed in the back with us.
I like all sex styles. Missionary, lady on her back. Oh, come on.
Oh, damn your shield. Damn your Gibraltar shield.
And there's somebody there. God damn. I have a fucking Roseanne Beacon. That's it.
I got a peacekeeper.
I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it.
I can drop you peacekeeper.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
There's a shirt over here.
Oh, two guys are ganging up on me up here, boys. I got one down. Got two down.
Oh, man.
Third one is
I
right
found a couple.
here. Third one is right there.
Oh, here I found a peacekeeper, Joe.
Yeah, eliminate that squad.
Oh, shit. Joe.
Hell yeah. That's how we do it.
Joe said,
Choke. Take that choke.
there's heals in here. Ranges. Hell yes. I don't like this shit.
Actually, I'm gonna take this hemlock and put my wingman in there.
Here's a couple double taps. Anybody need energy?
No.
I need some kind of light ammo.
Do you need heals, Zero?
One syringe I need.
Do you have shield cells?
Yeah,
Joe?
but I'm gonna look for a shield first.
Oh yeah, I got shield cells. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I pinged
just
one.
found
Where did
one.
I say I saw one? Maybe in this corner.
I might have picked it
Oh.
up.
L-Star.
Here's shield cells.
I'm good on that.
I have 6.
Thank you, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I might take that L-Star for a minute.
There's a bag here, Zero.
Thank you.
The Prowler and bullets.
Oh man, I've got auto-tune mumble rap draining my energy right now.
Anybody want this Prowler?
Nah, I'm gonna stay with the Hemlock.
These bullets for it.
Helmet here. Level 4. Energy ammo here. Lucky us, we are already inside the ring.
Y'all hear an enemy? Grim, I'm gonna throw you a zip.
Right here.
Enemy is in here.
Got no
somewhere.
steps there.
Or out. God damn, where's he at?
Took my shield off me, so I gotta.
I can't see him yet.
Someone else is coming from here.
Oh, here.
There you go.
Oh, here's one inside here. She's hurt. She got a shotgun. She got a peacekeeper.
There's at least 2 people down
Okay,
here.
yeah,
with
that's
me.
what I was shooting at. I'm coming. Shit, they shot from across the street. Yeah.
Too squad.
Oh, good shit. Good shit.
No.
Oh, so close. So close.
Oh, that was a whole squad on the other side. There's someone running right there. Yeah, it was 3 people that killed me from down there. Death recap.
Yeah, so what's your points, Grim?
I lost 14.
Oh, yeah. 45-70. So, yeah. It was
Yeah, you're low.
6. Yeah. I'll be over
36 ahead of me. Yeah, I lost 14 too. That was a good game game before last. I'd like to reach platinum tonight, but even if we don't, I mean, we got pretty high. We got higher rank than we had before when it changes back.
Yeah.
And if we start playing rank, I mean, because we barely played rank this season until like, I mean, we did some, but it's not like we're playing it every night in a dedicated fashion. So like, we'll probably make that platinum next time if we don't make it tonight.
You know, I don't take myself too seriously. I don't take myself anywhere, really. Man, I need to get out more.
Devil without a cause. I'm going platinum. That's what it was from. I couldn't remember what song had I'm going platinum in it.
I don't know if I've heard that one or not.
Kid Rock. It was on like his first CD.
Oh shit.
They had like ball
I
with the
probably
ball.
heard it. I mean, I know I heard ball with the ball, but I probably heard the one you're talking about too, and just can't remember it. Skulltown Memorial drop.
Oh
Let's go in this. Let's go in this back shit under the rib cage.
let's put it in the ribs.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
Heard that.
Anybody looking behind us?
Target spotted.
See other people going here. To Skulltown. Can't tell if they're going where we are. It really look like it.
Oh shit, I'm fucking dead.
I
God,
think they are. Yes.
fuck.
Oh shit. Where you at? Where you at? I'm coming.
Don't worry about it.
Shit. Fuck. There's another one, Grim. There's another one coming from the down here. Oh, fuck. He's got an L-Star, bro. He's got an L-Star.
Oh, he's almost dead.
Oh, he's coming
Oh,
behind you.
whoa!
Oh,
Fuck, that was somebody else. That was somebody else.
Oh, yeah. That was
The other guy
fucking nuts.
tucked in that.
400 damage, damn. Yeah, that was nuts, dude. As soon as he fucking... As soon as you turned around, that other guy opened the door and was like, "Nerd."
Yeah. Should have shot the people I downed. There was like at least one of them.
Yeah, I get torn between that sometime myself.
Yeah. Down.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time we do some fighting.
Break a leg. Mine are made of steel.
Guys, I'm gonna give it to one of y'all.
Alrighty.
I feel like we ought to mix it up.
Alright, it's getting mixed.
Let other brains go on the dropping thingy.
We'll do the, what's that called? The cage? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Oh, hello there, Leviathan. Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, I barely missed the TARDIS sort.
pushed me out of the way. His other squad landing up the top.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
or- Oh, there's no guns.
Sure.
You want to drop down?
Yeah, you two, at least
Yeah, I
one of
got
y'all
a
should
flatline.
gun.
But I'm dropping
Shit.
down.
I'm getting burned. I'm okay.
Oh, shit.
I'm okay.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
I got
shit,
punched out of
scared
the
me.
goddamn tower.
Here, there's a 45 with bullets.
They punch you out. Here's a shirt.
Oh, thank you. Need the shirt. I'm almost.
Here,
I'm half
0.
dead. I'm a holding little half dead.
Oh,
Thank you.
56.
Oh yeah, he's coming around. He's coming around the hill.
God damn it.
Another one. Shit. Fuck. Got you, bitch. Die, motherfucker, die.
Close your eyes, bitch. While you're still alive. Alright, I'm gonna head back for Joseph.
Where's the... Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for guns for you, but I don't see
How
shit
many-
over on this side.
Are there 3 boxes? I've seen 2.
I believe...
the other
but
one's
I'll-
over here. I didn't see it.
There's a...
I had a flatline in my box. Hopefully they didn't take it.
I didn't get anything out of your box.
Just nobody touched your box. So we didn't know.
Yay.
Your box is unviolated.
Yeah.
It's in there, right?
Nobody put any weird things in it.
Is that you on a zip?
Yeah, it's me. I'm looking for a shield so I was gonna top off my health. Yep. I have a big one, but I want to waste
Here, I got cell. Where you
it.
at?
I'm on the bottom. I'm on the bottom.
Here you go.
Dropping a flatline. I know you all like that.
Dude, take that shit. Dropping L-Star.
And I gotta have it. Thank you, though.
Is that your zip? Is that
That
us?
wasn't me.
Yeah, it was me. God damn it.
I think someone's by me. I think I hear
Okay.
people running.
I'm moving towards you.
Where are you? Over there.
Yep, definitely hear footsteps.
Yeah, I hear him, I think.
How the fuck did I... I'm done.
Fuck! There's 3 of them.
What the fuck, man? You like some slide past me move and then shot me?
We were
Fucked
like-
me up real bad.
We were
9
top 10 there, I
hits.
think.
9 hits with the Havoc. Did that fast
we were
slide
12.
move and then instantly did 9 Havoc hits on me. Killed me.
Damn, 9.
It must have been headshots. It must have been headshots because it's 162 damage.
No, that's body shots. They're 18 a bullet.
Really?
Yeah. But still, nine shots to the body that quick are crazy though. Might have been some kids in Australia or some shit.
Fucking Australians, man.
What up, Ozzy?
I hate them.
It's not
Hate 'em
going
all.
good, bro.
Except except Paul Hogan and who's that other dude? Yeah, who's serious? Oh, and Mel Gibson. He's a madman, but I still like Lethal Weapon. What can I say?
Madman Mel Gibson.
Yeah, man, it's not going good at all. I'm getting fucking destroyed.
The game before this was good though.
I was dead good far. A couple kills.
Nah, we got once, and we just zipped right over.
Nah, you guys
Got right back and
the
zipped
whole
back.
fight at that house before
During the fight.
I died right before all that shit happened.
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, shit happens to us too. I mean, they get the position on you or whatever, you know, you just aim bad for a second and shit happens is what I'm trying to say.
I wish all of you could fight tomorrow too, but you'll be dead.
But when it happens to me, I'm like, fuck! Fuck! But I try to flip my mic up for that to mute it, so.
Am I not ready up?
Oh, you're not in the game with us? Yeah, you're here. You're in the game with us. Yo, Grim, you need to get to the game station.
I was smoking, and before I went out, I turned the volume down so Pandora's up so I couldn't hear the game. I didn't know what was happening. I tried to hit the ready up button, it was making like click noises. I was like, that's not what it's supposed to do.
Ozzy says that's mean. He takes offense to all that shit talking about Australians.
There's two.
I hate you too,
oh, man.
Ozzy.
These
I
people are like
fucking
knocking
hate
me
you.
all over the place. I'm trying
Just
to land here.
Just
Knock me down.
kidding, Ozzy. Oops, I didn't want this fucking gay
So
shit.
there's two other squads.
Do you need this light ammo? I don't. I was just taking it so nobody else can pick it up.
Oh, thank you.
Oh!
I'm coming.
Oh, Grim. That, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. We landed on different sides of the river.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, and I broke this shield. And the other guy was fucked up. The ping was around here, and then they were just knocking me back. I wasn't sure where we were going. We were really low, I wasn't sure.
Enemy down.
Wasn't the other guys in here?
What the fuck's out there? On the roof, on the roof. Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh, there's one more. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, goddamn.
3 damage though.
How does that happen? What gun deals 3 damage?
They only had 3 life left when I shot them. So there was only 3 damage I could do.
Okay. I'm starting to. I didn't get. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man, I hear that. I'd be depressed if I had to go do some school stuff
I was very
too.
confused. If they'd
I'm
had 200,
depressed.
it would have been 200
Just-
damage.
Getting my ass kicked in this game.
Yeah, Aussie, no offense, bro. I'm just joking around. You know the little watch button on Facebook, like up along your top bar on the phone? Like I click that and like there's some dude with like long ass I think it was like bleached white hair and shaved eyebrows. And the name of the video was, oh, here he is. His name is Morg. Okay.
There's a thin line between
It says, these reality glitches prove that you are eternal. It's like, okay.
Reference to what? Reference to him having bleach.
Down with those Matrix reality
Ah,
glitches.
shit, I was muted. In reactive
And cats
relation
walking
to
by a
what?
doorway
Like,
twice.
because he has bleached eyebrows? What reality which is talking about?
No, no, I'm talking about. You'd have to see this to understand what I'm saying here. This guy. I don't care if a guy shaves his eyebrows and bleaches his hair. It's just kind. This is a mega golf dude, and he says, and the title of his video is.
There's 2 shirts here. There's also people down there.
These 3 or these 5 reality glitches prove that you are eternal. Reality.
Oh, so it's like
to
a,
find
so
out what
it's
a
like a
reality glitch is.
YouTube video where he wants you to be like,
Yeah, it's like probably like one of those guys that says you can live just on the
Another
air
guy
you
over
breathe
there.
or
Another guy
something.
over there.
Okay. Somebody
Guy
zipped up to the
drop down
top
at any minute. Yeah. I'm gonna go out there.
yep, they're grenading at me.
in the middle.
I'm being shot from the fucking cage.
I got the middle dude down.
Yeah, I gotta go around the back of it because I'm getting fucked up.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
There's a dude, a robot. Those are
somewhere
No.
over towards you guys.
Up, found him. He's fucking me up.
That's where I went.
Oh shit! I got another one on me. Oh god, there's one in the middle too, guys.
I need his bullets.
I'm trying to crawl toward you guys.
Shield cells.
Yeah.
One chance. Let me pop these right there.
Up there, they're pushing us.
There's somebody coming towards you guys.
I know they stopped. I think they see us. Yeah, they're right here.
He's right around here somewhere.
He's almost dead. Get him?
Good shit. Hell yeah.
I got 0.
Just gotta patch myself up.
Your help is very helpful.
Is there a third guy, dead guy somewhere?
There's one over here where I'm running.
1 minute. The ring is far.
Yeah.
I have health heals.
Yeah, standard stock.
Standard stock
And
here.
syringes.
Level 1.
Oh hell yeah, thanks.
I guess I'll take this longbow. Oh no, I should probably keep the triple tape. I don't know.
And I have one of them, and that's it.
For
Here, I
my
got some
heals.
heals.
He's got me on syringes. Go ahead and keep him just for. Yeah, I'll take that shield cell. Thank you.
That was it. Well, you. Like another light.
I dropped the
around,
45
I saw, like,
underneath the thing.
a Evo with just 5 bullets in there.
Yeah,
Underneath there.
I was double lighting at the start of this.
Light ammo. You can
Yeah, I can spare a box of it. I have 90.
Well, I'll just take this then. Yeah, I'll just take this.
Seeing if they left anything up here. Sniper mag. Energy and a Havoc, or a L-Star rather.
Yeah, I could use energy.
Oh, here,
for this
come get
also.
this,
Yeah,
and I'll
30.
take the energy. This 99 in the ammo here.
Huh. Hey, you hearing other people?
I can't tell on it.
No,
I
maybe
don't
not.
think so. Did one of you guys get a sniper?
Yeah, I
Here's a
got a-
stock and a
Yeah.
choke.
Oh, and a choke. I'll take
we
that
could
now.
go
I don't know.
kinda far. Not the same, but
Yeah, man, Apex has been really all I've played in forever. Sometimes I regret that decision.
you play that other thing,
I
Blast,
haven't really
right?
played the list. I only play the days I stream, you know what I mean? Sometimes I stay on after I
Oh yeah.
like log off the stream, I'll stay on and I'll play something, but
Helmet here. Level 1.
I really don't do much.
Arcstar here. Arcstar here.
You didn't even have a bag. You haven't even found them yet?
No, I didn't see one. Or if I did, I
That's all
didn't notice
looted.
it.
You think that's the people that ran up on us? I don't know.
Oh, you mean somebody besides the ones we killed? Ran up?
Oh,
No, I'm saying, because they weren't originally. Oh, no, they did land with
Oh
us.
yeah, right.
There's a bag there. Ooh, a shirt?
Yeah.
Heck
I guess one of you guys got a cell, do you?
yeah. Yeah, I
no,
found
I
one.
don't. Gave you the only one I had earlier.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
There's two.
Oh well, here. I only need one. Oh, but
Well,
Grim, there's
I
that blue
have
armor over there.
4 besides that. So.
Okay,
Another
nice.
one.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna drop. I'm
There's a
dropping
choke
this
too
triple
with
take
this.
for this other thing. For this Hamlock.
There's a
box
death box here.
Uh,
Nothing in it much.
Just
Arc
be
star.
a star of arc.
Yeah, ping that arc star.
That's me grappling.
Yeah, there was one next to it, so I wasn't sure which one you think. Spitfire. Up. Oh, we gotta move.
Oh shit, the wall's here.
Okay, okay. We're close.
Yeah. Yeah, we're really close. We gonna be alright. Some heavy bullets, light bullets.
Yeah,
Boots of all
Xbox, spending too much time on. Oh, you got Xbox because you were spending too much time on gold.
What'd you say, Joe?
What does that mean, Ozzy?
Oh.
You got an Xbox because you were spending too much time on gold. What does that mean?
Sounds like one of those auto spell fuck ups. Auto complete, rather.
Yeah. Where's this bird at? Oh, there it is.
Joe, here's you a shield set.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Damn, what's with all these death boxes? Oh, that's the bird box, okay.
Bird
Starting to
box.
say, like all these rando death boxes everywhere.
Still other shit in there. Heels. Both big, little. Ooh, where am I at? I don't know. I might go crazy. I'm just main a Spitfire.
Oh shit. Oh, enemies. He's running toward that.
How many? Just one?
There's
you
two
saw?
of them. Two at least. They might be moving up this way
Alright.
now.
Did you see which way they were running?
I can't tell which way they went. Well, they were going to the village and they were going to the left, and I
They went
hit,
this
so
way.
I'm not sure which
Checking
way
the
they
village
went.
first.
Okay.
Oh, you're
They went toward Joe.
Oh.
They went toward
Yep.
Joe.
Oh, Birdman.
Then they slid this way.
Alright.
Looted that, went this way. Left
You go right or left?
13, 15 seconds ago. Somebody jumped.
Alright.
No, so we're right
Oh,
on.
I lost. Oh, here we go. They're on the
We're
wall.
behind you, but we're a few feet back. Okay.
They just climbed up.
Oh yeah, they jumped down. They jumped down.
Yeah,
Like the running
yeah, they're
away?
on the
Or
way.
what?
Yeah, one of them is.
No bamboozle. 10 seconds. Ring is basically knocking on the door.
Oh, they're just hiding there.
Throwing thermite grenade.
That's gonna burn the fuck out of you, bitch.
You gonna get burnt?
The other
They
one's
just
in the
called a
dome right
special in, so watch out.
here. He ran away. I fucked up.
Yeah, I
that
burned
robot
that Gibraltar
right
pretty good.
there. Dead.
I bet that care package has some sweet gifts.
Good call.
Get down.
Yeah, I was
Shit.
giving it, it was making it hard on me.
They are up
Maybe
top.
they're up top.
At least one is.
Up top.
Yep, on the right. Shit, he fucked me up. I'm
Climb up
not
the
dead,
shit.
though.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't realize you could climb up here.
Gibraltar's down. Nice.
Oh, I like when I shot you out of the air, bitch.
Good
Does that
shit.
tickle your
Good
fancy?
job, guys.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Hell to the yeah.
I am repairing myself.
Okay. That made me feel better.
Oh, someone just zipped over to the right on that zip line.
Oh
You
shit.
see
Okay.
it?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Zero, you left your zip line for other people to ride.
Come on, dude. Why are you leaving your fucking zip line around like that? Oh, yeah,
Fuck.
and that would be my fucking shield's gone.
Oh no, not my
Goddamn.
not my 3x damn.
I needed those bullets.
I'm running to the right side of up top.
No hostiles as far as that goes, which I don't know. I think they're fighting in the
Yeah, that thing's out a long way.
pit.
Okay.
You wanna go
okay.
that way?
Yeah, you want to chase them into the pit?
That's
Sure.
good to me.
Fucking bitches.
Fudge them up in their fudge
Hit
holes.
this peach.
Ooh, I got no doubles.
I got one Bernie stick and a million heals.
Taking him out with a decoy.
No hostiles in the pit.
Can you see any footsteps?
No.
I can hear shit
Yeah, it sounds like
popping
it's
off.
this way. Oh yeah, I see 60 seconds ago. Here's a death box. 2 death boxes.
Ooh, a box. Oh, that's probably them.
yeah.
3 death boxes.
Bitch.
Here's a med kit for somebody.
I got 2. Dude.
No, I
Joe, you
got
need a med
some.
kit?
Oh, drone.
Oh,
Alright.
drum. Fuck your drum.
Nice.
Fuck your drone,
Yeah,
bitch.
that's what we think about your drum. But now they know.
Sorry,
where
it's
you
better
are.
than them getting an EMP off.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying maybe we should move just because now they know where we are. Oh,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
They're on that gay rock.
Hey, we don't have to.
Like
we
they
don't have
always
to keep
are.
pushing them.
You got bamboozled.
Oh, we can Zip over
We
this
can-
way. Well,
As soon as I showed up, I'm running.
somebody's right here, I think.
You have to just smoked.
But yeah, when it's a small circle and they're popping shots at you.
Right there.
Yeah, there they are.
No! One up, way top, way up top.
I got the way up
Yeah,
top.
Joe. Oh, you got her, you got her. Oh no,
There she goes.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Oh, they're here.
there's somebody else. Oh yeah.
Oh, they're here. Fuck.
Yeah, they moved in on
Oh,
us.
I had like 3 health.
oh, they rushed us.
Yeah.
They rushed us. Ooh.
Yeah, me too.
Good job, you guys. Good job. Exactly 1,000 damage. That's. I don't know if I've ever
Spot
seen that
on.
before.
I did
Almost got
333
3
third
kills.
to everybody.
Yeah.
My game's crashing.
It's like Naked Gun 10. Dude, you guys
got
made some
96
points on that.
points in that. Yeah.
I made 36 and only had 1 kill.
All right, now I'm just 176 from platinum. 176.
Oh, nice.
I've gotten 176 in a game before, so
262.
it's doable.
Yeah, I've got
How's
2
your game
on
crash?
so.
Like full crash, you just have to load back
Full
in.
crashed. I'm loading the game up.
No, okay.
I got P. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so do I. As soon as I get in, I'm gonna go.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna go to the potty. Little boys' room.
Smoking in the boys' room.
Crying in the girls' room. 96 points.
Do another thing in that.
I need 340 points to get the gold 1. Got an Apex back.
And you get an Apex.
Yeah. Has 1 blue in it, and the blue is a Wraith skin. It's not a bad Wraith skin, except I have 1,000 better Wraith skins.
You have a couple
Yeah.
legendary ones, right?
I got. Wait, what? Why didn't I pick that? I got that
I have
one.
that one where it's like black and white face paint with like a T on her face.
The bald one.
Putting
That's the
stuff up
bald
there.
chick, and then I got the
the bald one.
Viking one, and then yeah, the perfect soldier where she's like a cyborg.
What's the Viking one? Is it up now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one.
All are better than the one.
And they're all
Yeah.
like legendary, aren't they?
I have 3 legendary ones. I want one of the face mask ones though. I like both of them actually. I like the white one better though.
Don't you have that one that's the black and white? Face?
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
see, I'll
It's
show you.
it was an event skin. Yeah.
Oh, so you do have that. Oh. I thought you did. Yeah, I thought I got it from an event or something.
Alright, I'm already up and go to the bed.
All right.
I'm also heating up some homemade chicken nuggets.
Oh yeah, what kind of breading you put on them shits?
Like Italian seasoned breading, but then also like
Oh, you actually
yeah,
made 'em
Kim wanted
yourself.
fried chicken, and I was gonna order KFC. And she's like, "Nah, I'll just be done work now, and I'll just make them." So she started to, but then like as she got into it, she realized that there was so much fat that she was trying to cut off that it just wound up like cutting them into little pieces. So they just became nuggets.
Mm.
Fat is the vehicle in which
Yeah,
flavor
which
travels.
she said that there was still a bunch of fat on the pieces. Excuse me. But then it like dissolved or something whenever she fried it because there was like no fat inside the things.
Oh, cool. What kind of, like, how do you do your breading? Just out of curiosity.
Like a egg wash, breadcrumbs, and then she makes like a little batter type of dealio, seasoned batter. So she does like I don't know. I think it's egg wash, breadcrumbs, batter, breadcrumbs. I think is what she did. If she didn't do it tonight, she has done that before.
Like,
So it's like a dual. Also, we don't have an.
is the batter just like
Yeah,
that,
it's like
like
flour
a
and milk or whatever.
water thing? Milk.
Yeah.
okay.
We didn't have any baking powder, which the recipe called for.
Oh, you had like a chicken
Yeah,
nugget
she found
recipe?
one. It was a fried chicken recipe.
What do you cook them in
Yeah.
a oil in a pan or what?
Yeah, they were
good.
fucking delicious. They were
But they
delicious.
turn out pretty good.
Sounds good. Oh, damn you, Mozambique. Piece of shit. Okay, there we go.
Hammer point.
Energy ammo here. You've got very low projectile power.
Do one of you guys have
Yeah, I
a
got a
heavy gun?
Spitfire.
Here's
Nah.
a clip.
Oh, fuck yeah. Gracioso, so, bosa,
I ain't
noso.
say.
Yeah.
It's right here.
This gold. Yeah. Sounds good.
Alright. Alright, Ozzy. Probably too late for that, but thanks for stopping in, buddy. Have fun at school. Stay
Keep
safe,
right
stay
down
hydrated.
Here, loot tick. There you go.
Or is it
Yeah.
on the roof?
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
I can use that shit. Oh.
So much energy and not enough heavy. Again. Where's it?
I'm dropping, like, I don't know, maybe almost 200 energy ammo.
I'm probably gonna have to wind up switching. I have 2 clips of heavy, like what I have, and 1 more clip. So
The blue bag here, Joe.
you?
Oh, what you picked
No,
up?
I have a hemlock.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Shit is popping.
Some more light in here. People are over here. I can hear them, like where the birds are. You can hear making the birds angry. Everyone's always such dicks, those birds. Oh, and there's people that way too.
The people, somebody's right here.
Oh, right the fuck
Oh, yeah.
Shit. Oh, you see it?
Yep.
Run out in the field.
Broke their shields.
Damn, I hit her once for like 23. Oh, I heard other bullets. Somebody ran in the...
Yeah, they're fighting somebody over here.
Somebody needed a knockdown. There's one right there.
I'm laser focused on the
I
battle.
didn't mean to shut that door.
Oh,
Oh yeah, they're zipping
they
down.
were up top.
Zipping
Drop
to the
down,
left.
Another one zipping
Yeah,
down.
zipping
Yeah.
that way. There might be more people up top still, I'm not sure.
Right here.
Yeah, probably. That's probably right.
Oh, fast guys.
Run away. Oh.
Yeah, okay.
got a snake.
How did I miss all those?
Oh, they're at my door.
Oh shit! All right, I'm coming back.
Yeah, come on in. Come on in, guys.
I'm coming,
They're
I'm
all
coming.
fucked up from all my explosions.
Down one.
Bitch.
Yeah, bitch. Executed.
Get down,
Oh,
lay down,
there's no-
bitch. I only have one. Oh, God.
Fuck. That's all my throwables.
They're in here.
Yeah, bitch.
Ah, that bitch.
I got you.
You dead? Are you dead? Are you
Yeah,
dead?
that threat site came in real nice right there.
Optics here. Close range.
I need heavy desperately.
Here's syringe.
Is there a shirt I can just put on? How many boxes are there? Is there
Three.
3 or 4?
Yeah, Joe, do you need heals? I've got more syringes. Do you need heals?
Yeah, I have 2.
Wait, none of these people had a better shirt?
Thank you.
No? Oh, guess not.
You guys both got blue though. Oh yeah, no. Here's that. Grim, here's the shield battery.
Awesome. Oh, no.
Optics here. Close range. Highlights your
I feel like down in the hole.
Alright, I'm dropping this heavy gun. So there's that. I don't have the heavy bullets for it.
Patch myself up. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
There's a heavy mag in there too.
Extended light magazine. Level 1.
Good
They're still
shit.
going out across the gorge, so we want to push.
Sounds like fun.
I didn't hear
Still
what you
going
said.
at it over
I'm
here. Do we
following you.
want to push it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Somebody shielding up.
Thermite grenade here.
I got my ultimate too.
Oh yeah, here.
Oh, right there's somebody.
Nice.
There we go. He's gone.
They're on the roof there.
Oh yeah.
I'm throwing my ultimate at them.
Okay. Yep. There's still. I broke the
Oh,
shield
there's
of the
another one
dude inside the
By the
building.
front of that shit.
Broke the shield of the dude on top.
Alright, I'm getting raped. There's people out front of that fucking place.
Smoke until you're covered, Grim.
I don't have enough shield,
Oh.
Shit.
shield up there. Oh no, yeah,
Yeah,
you give me
okay.
that battery.
Hey, you better drop off there, you bitch. Yeah, I got
Here,
zero
I
shields.
got shields.
Fucker, have any
Still,
shields?
still in that. Oh, they're fighting in that house.
Shield battery.
Oh, thank you.
Do we want to push up on the right side?
The gay drop thing.
Go over here and push from this side.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe that's
yeah.
a good.
Oh,
The circle's coming in. Circle's coming in. We're right next
Yeah.
to safety, Joe.
all right.
I saw a robot. Last I saw him, he was up there. Knocked him off the fence.
They're
and
running in?
I don't know what he did.
Right there. Someone's running right there.
Okay, I'm looking. He's in smoke right in a sec.
Oh, someone else is
Oh, here's
zipping away.
that. He's zipping up.
There's always box. I need stuff. Ah.
Somebody
Yeah,
zipped to
there's
the
two
top of the
people up there.
tower.
Do you want to loot these boxes while we can? I don't have any options.
Be careful.
I
There's a guy at the
mean,
top of the tower.
we're in a fight. We can't.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Somebody,
There's that
somebody below
motherfucker.
us. Yep. Another squad coming in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go loot for heals.
Oh, I'm getting raped.
I don't
from
have
somewhere,
any
guys.
heals. I don't have any
From
heals.
over to the south.
Alright, Zero, can you? Oh shit.
Oh,
Fuck.
he's
Alright.
on me, guys. I'm.
Yeah,
There's two guys up here. Two guys.
Yep.
We were more than top 10 there, weren't we? Yeah, number 9. Oh man. Guess platinum's not in the car. I guess gold 1's not even in the cards. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Let's try some of that far, far away shit. Long time ago. This wastewater plant far, far away. Oh shit. I lost a lot of speed for some reason there.
Told you not to open up your parachute. But you didn't want to listen.
Damn it, Robo Parachute.
Like, but I look good in it.
Gotta hop up here. Choke. Heavy ammo. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
You guys want to hit this little village right up above this shit?
Sure.
Sure.
Let's be village people.
Using grapple. Energy ammo here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Or we could just walk. Gotta hop up here. Choke.
You need that mag, Grim.
No.
How do you get up in this building? Oh shit.
Oh. This shit's doing that thing where when I go to the menu, it's like shaky.
I don't know if I've had that bug yet.
That happens to me every so often. Like when you hit
Like
start
when you
or
push
whatever,
start?
look at your shit. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, like really fast, and you can't fucking
Oh,
get to
that's
what you're trying to
fucked
do. Yeah, maybe to fix it to reset my Xbox.
Oh well, no. That's messed up. Yeah, I was thinking of when my stick was drifting. That was a different thing.
I wonder if I take the batteries out on the controller. I'm gonna try it real quick.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Oh wait, I thought I had. Maybe I didn't.
There was like a blue one somewhere.
Yeah, I have that on my 90 or my 301. I thought I had two 2Xs and one on each gun. But I guess not.
Grim, if you want a 301, I just threw one down for a scout.
I got 99. People are fighting in town.
Shields, light ammo here.
That's a stack of syringes.
Syringe here.
Can I get like two of them?
Two. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna drop. Oh,
Okay, I can
okay.
drop more if y'all need them.
I'm good. I got two.
I have 8 little ones. I can drop more.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll take more too. Thanks. Grim, if you want another one of these syringes, I'll drop one for you when you get up.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
There's more over here.
Level 3. Shield cell here.
Shield batteries and shit.
Camera point.
Is there any bullets there? I have 50.
That's about what I got. I got like 58.
Yeah.
Nobody's got a
No.
sniper, do they?
Nope.
It's 1 syringe.
Yeah, go for them. I picked up a couple more, I think. Yeah, I did.
Optics here. Close range.
Oh, that was a glitchy freaking grapple.
There's a care package coming in. I don't know how far that is. I guess it's already in. I don't know. I see the light. I don't see anything on the map though.
Yeah, I think that doesn't show up till it lands. I might be wrong though.
Oh, shit's
Yeah, it's already
open.
landed. It should say.
But yeah, nobody. Oh, the
Because
light
we're
was
here.
just
Yeah.
good. Oh, maybe because I just got close enough.
Good. Whoever, somebody take that.
Yeah, go ahead and take it. Take it. I'll take your blue. Thank you.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
Oh, hey, a gas trap up in this building right here. I don't know if it's a hostile. I'm about to pop his trap. I think they moved on.
Buenos dias. We need to get inside the ring. Pronto.
Keep your damn mouth shut, dragon. A couple boxes of light.
Energy ammo here. Standard stock here. Level 1.
What do you want to do?
Wherever.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're on the edge of the circle.
What do you think is over here? Extended light mag here. Thermite grenade.
We can go check that building out.
Let's go over here.
Alright.
Sounds good.
You got bamboozled.
Thermite grenade.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Shield cell here. Backpack here. Level 2.
Bernie stick. Grim. He needs that.
Yeah.
Thermite grenade here. Light ammo here.
Ooh.
Actually, no, I'm
8
gonna go with
squads,
the.
7 other squads left.
Hemlock here.
I'm gonna go with the
single
wingman,
jump.
drop the hemlock. Oh, there's a box over here.
Oh, it's popping. Well, where's
Another
it
one
at?
here too.
Oh, it's going down there.
Where we just were?
Actually, one's in the river.
Oh no.
Oh, there's a purple box.
I'm not attacking him. I'm just.
Yeah, it's a full
Seeing
squad. Now somebody's attacking them. They were
Oh,
just
see.
like toying with somebody. And now they killed them.
They're eliminating each other. Do you guys want to push them or let them alone? Leave them alone.
And we can push them, okay.
What you guys wanna do?
They're looting a box right
yeah,
there.
they just got somebody up.
I don't think that's going to make it.
Somebody's in that fucking gold box.
Oh,
There's
good
people in
shit.
the purple box and shit too.
I knocked one.
Alright.
Oh, fuck. I'm fucked up. I'm trying to heal. Fuck.
Last one's here.
Where's that fool at? Oh, Joe, we gotta fuck him up.
Dude just went out the hole in the roof, so I don't know where.
Oh, fuck.
They're on the roof, I think. Yep, they're shielding up. They have a red thing, but
Fuck, I can't get.
I broke it.
Oh, goddamn.
Right here. I fucked her up with like 3 wingman shots. She's over there, over there, over there.
Where's.
Nice.
Yeah, bitch.
We just eliminated. Don't worry, I'm here.
Glad you fucking told me where she was at, or we would have been SOL.
I got him. I'm gonna shield up.
Charging up my shields.
We gotta heal.
Shield cell here.
170 heavy bullets there.
Is there a big boy armor in one of those?
There-
Yeah, there's a
there's
purple
red
over
one,
here. I
yeah.
dropped pull my purple in one of these.
I need that purple.
There's probably another purple over here. Yep.
Oh my god, I can't fucking loot fast. It's fucking shaky ass shit.
Okay, I got purple. Okay.
Extended light mag here. Buenas noches, amigos. Level 2. Heavy ammo here.
Alright, I got a bunch of heavy. I just grabbed some if y'all need it.
Charge.
Can I get like a box or
Yep.
two?
It's 100 and something there.
Heavy ammo here.
Not all of us are in the ring.
I'll take that. I'll take that stack if Grim can have the other if he needs it.
I'm alright.
Okay.
Optics here. Close range.
Where was her box? On the roof?
Yeah. I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Oh, it's got a red something in it. Red Evo.
Evo shield here.
Oh, I thought that was the straight
No, I
shot.
grabbed it out of the river. I got fucked up in the river.
Oh shit. 2 other squads.
Two other squads.
And we in the circle. They gotta be real close. Where the fuck are they?
We
Oh, to the southwest.
Oh,
Sounds
are
like
they
they're fine.
fighting? You hearing that?
Yeah.
I need to get to where they're at.
okay, yeah, I do hear that now.
Yeah.
One
This way.
minute and they'll get burnt to death. Yeah, I'm
There's a
with you guys.
balloon
I'm with
over
you guys.
here.
I mean,
how
the
far
circle's
it is,
gonna
but-
be.
Oh, somebody just died, but there's still two other squads. Yeah, we might let the circle burn them to death and not fucking win 45 seconds.
Well, oh yeah, they're really getting it in. I don't know.
Maybe we can harass them and then back into the circle and let them die after we.
Oh, it's not letting me up there.
I'm coming.
There's a wraith portal right. Oh, on this. I broke their shield. I'm retreating. They're shielding up. They're shielding up.
Yeah, throw an
Were they
arch
in
trying to
that
break that
house?
door.
Yeah, on the porch.
Oh,
There's still two other squads, guys. Hey, circle's
There's
coming
one
in.
that's
It's gonna
hot
above.
burn the shit out of us. Grim, retreat.
yeah, the,
Dude's almost dead. Fuck.
I got him.
we should let them engage.
Shit, dude, right.
Yeah, I got somebody over here. Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. God,
It's fine. There's nothing you can do.
See,
those
I
two
didn't
dudes
think.
just died.
There's
I
nothing you can.
can't-
Because I figured while we run over there to let the circle burn them. When the circle comes in, they'll shoot us in the back while running away.
Nice.
Oh shit. Nice.
That's what I was saying. We shouldn't go attack them because the circle's about to come in. I don't know.
No, I figured that's why you went there.
What?
I followed you.
Oh, no,
I
I'm sorry,
followed
that's
you
why
up
you
the
went all
balloon.
the
I
way.
thought we were jumping.
Apex champions.
I went on
Yeah,
the balloon.
well, I mean, I
hopped
followed
off,
Grim.
stayed there.
but I was saying
You
we
didn't
should
follow me.
harass them and-
I didn't even fly. I ran after
Oh, I
you
thought
two
you went
there
up the
together.
balloon. Oh,
No,
okay,
I went
my
up the
bad.
balloon and jumped off and landed right next to her. I didn't even fly off. I jumped off.
Oh, okay. I was saying we should harass them and then back up and let the storm burn them to death, but we did. So
Well, we won.
yeah, it worked out that way. So close.
Yeah, I need.
Oh, shit, look how much
52.
Put Joe up.
Alright, I'll do one more then. Try to get you to platinum, and then I'm done.
You're almost platinum yourself.
No, I'm not. I need 765 points or something.
Oh, are you on?
How
Two?
c-
Okay, my bad. I thought you were on one.
How can you see the bar on other people's? things?
It shows it above your character.
Oh, that's for. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that.
Right, either you're with me or you're against me, or you're with me and against me, because, I'll be honest, that happens sometimes.
Oh, Joe, did Kim's relative that had that coronavirus? How did you hear any update on him? or
No,
anything?
somebody else in our family has it. Somebody who's elderly. It's like her. I think it's her dad's aunt or something. Her dad and her grandma would go see this woman like every 2 weeks or whatever. Maybe it was even every week. I don't know, but yeah. So she's got it. She's in a nursing home. She's got it. And she, like a, I don't know.
But
100.
but about
The
the
younger,
younger
I don't know.
guy,
I haven't heard anything. So I guess he's doing okay. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I
Joe,
guess he's doing
you're
okay. I haven't heard
kinda
anything about it.
faint, Like,
So
Okay.
I guess he's doing okay.
okay, well, good. I hope he's okay.
Grim your jump, mister. Okay.
This might be a good place to land. Oh, this is the best part.
Oh, little swampy McSwamp shit. Oh, we got us. I think we got a squad with us. That may have just been Grim's decoys. Grim, you muted?
No.
Oh no, I hear you. I hear you. Sorry.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Wait, what? Don't remember where that light mag was. I thought it was over here, but when I came here, I couldn't see it. It was like above my head.
Plot helmet for whoever.
He was like fire. Many people are.
You know,
going
I don't
through
know
that,
what I'm hearing.
That's the labs. That's what it is. Let me
Oh,
go through that. Portal. Oh, excuse me.
Didn't even found a rifle yet.
Dang, you find all that cool shit at Joe. That's a
Yeah,
good
and
spot
that
you
big ass
got.
building over here.
All those Joe spots.
Them Joe spots making all the ladies come.
Just how I like it.
Gotta tickle the Joe spot.
I've been mispronouncing it all these years.
Yeah, you gotta get up on it, bro.
Syringe here. Thermite grenade here. Rings too extended. I like pushing limits as much as the next guy, but we gotta go.
Oh god, this shit.
Shield cell here.
Oh, we got max run.
Barrel stabilized.
Yeah.
Level 1.
Just playing this. Oh my god, just look at the map. Yeah. Oh, we could run in the lab if nobody's there. Or if there's a balloon on here. Yeah, playing this game with that jiggly ass fucking. Has that ever happened to you, Joe? When the cursor, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I should take video. I'll make a clip. Oh my god, it's so infuriating. It's so hard to get
Yeah,
anything
that's
loot
annoying.
boxes. anything. You don't realize how much you actually use that shit until it's all fucked
Somebody
up.
just set up a.
I know when my stick was fucked up.
We could check out here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm following
Okay,
right
yeah,
behind
just
you.
set up a zip line up there. And if you turn your controller off, it doesn't do nothing.
No. Last time when I just reset my system, it fixed it. The balloon up here. You just want to fly in?
Yeah,
You
we can
gotta
do
go
that.
So far.
Oh yeah, might as well. Yeah. Yeah, when my stick was fucked up, it would auto scroll in boxes. I know that would mess me up bad. I know it's got to be annoying.
Yeah, I've had stick issues like
Yeah,
that.
see, the weird thing is, like, it doesn't auto drift or anything. It's just like, I'll make a video. It's like, it's retarded.
Only in
It's like the
menus.
software. I don't know. Yeah, like, play is fine. It's just like that little circle cursor goes fucking
Well,
insane.
with that and the other shit you have, and I bet
I think it might
it
be
is a controller issue, software.
Yeah,
or-
100%. They're in this
Yep,
building.
yep.
They just hopped off.
Got one down.
I'm fucked up. I gotta heal.
Oh, underneath.
I just broke somebody's shield in that fire.
Right here. Got another
Brawl
one down.
2 is almost down. He's the last one. Right in
Where's
your
he at?
face, bitch.
Yeah.
People probably heard that. You should probably just.
People are coming. People are coming.
Yeah.
Should
I think I
not
hear footsteps.
die? Oh shit! I'm all fucked
Okay.
up.
Yeah.
Do you want to just run away?
Uh,
I am.
Yeah, I'll
fucked
throw
up.
us a zip. I'll throw us a zip. Where's it?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Just,
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
hold on.
Just go. Just go.
Maybe not. I could have sworn I heard footsteps. But yeah, heal up and then we can go back and. No, you don't hear that?
All right. I don't know.
Not hearing it.
I'm kind of
Yeah, I'm
taking
coming.
a peek.
running.
I could have sworn I heard.
But people probably will run through here though, because
Yeah.
where's the other box?
Right
There's
here.
2 down here.
Back
There's one
here.
up top or something.
I don't know where that third one. Circle's approaching.
Yeah.
Standard stock here. Level 2.
Damn, there's
Shit,
no
it's not
option
letting me-
for those boxes. Unless I just missed them.
I don't know. I've got one optic. I don't know if I got to have one of those or not.
Shield cell here.
Shit, boys, I need like 3 more points or 7 more points for platinum.
Damn, so you were closer to me then, huh?
Yeah, you were closer than me like most of the night though. I just had a good game last game or whatever.
I need, what I said, I need 53.
I'm not getting that
so I need to
301.
get,
I'm
like,
just
more kills and shit for sure.
Oh, do you
No,
not
I
feel that
got it.
301, Joe?
53.
Thank you.
All right, I'll take it.
He's all 301 duh.
Shield flatline here.
Shield cell flatline.
You guys need shield cells or anything?
Nah, I'm
I could use a syringe
pretty
or
good
two
on heals.
if
I didn't mean to
anybody's got
drop
spare
that grenade. Where the
syringes.
fuck did that
Thank
grenade
you.
go? There we go.
Oh, here,
Oh, shit!
I'll, oh, I didn't pick it up. Oh, fuck!
Oh, there's thunder here.
I've fucked 2 dudes up real bad here, guys. They're both pretty fucked.
Surprise!
Yep.
And there's a
Next one.
robot right here.
Here's the next one. Same place, Grim. Yeah! Woo!
Alright, let me speed up real quick. Just so I don't fucking die.
Dead. I mean, we're both crawling.
I know. I just don't want to
I know.
like
Yeah,
one
you're right.
shot
You're right.
and we're fucked.
Oh,
you know
Phoenix
what I'm
up. Yeah, I misheard you. I'm sorry.
saying? Yeah.
There might be
I
a
didn't
purple
think I
armor in one of
was
those
able
boxes.
to do that. That's some luck. Yeah, fuck it.
Pure skill.
Here you go, Grim. That's you.
Yeah.
There's a gold in here. That's all you. Oh, a 2x. Oh, there's U sights in there. 2 of them, actually.
Oh, 2 of them? Fuck yes.
Joe, here you go.
Oh. Put that 1 to 2 on. Wait,
Oh
is
my
that the
God,
same
dude.
box I'm in?
It makes me like pick up all this stupid shit by accident. This shit is driving me fucking crazy, bro.
We got a second, but the circle is closing.
Oh, I got enough points. That last fucking fight.
Hell
from the
yeah.
other side.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Let's win it.
Platinum.
Let's win it.
Platinum.
Congratulations. Maybe next year will be my year.
Maybe next.
That's fucked up. Oh shit. Oh, here's circle optics.
Oh, I got 2 U's. I'm cool now.
Alright. Man, those kids surprised the shit out of us and got F'd in the A.
Yeah. Well, what really helped was as soon as I heard gunfire, I figured they'd come to. I just kept chucking burning sticks down there. I had like 2 of them. I threw both of them down there. No matter burn, I was like, bitch. Anyway, I saw it blast. I don't know why I find that so funny.
No, I think it's pretty fucking funny. It's like, talking about having 2 pistols or whatever. I can't remember the exact line, but yeah, I started blasting. That's the
It's Frank Reynolds from Always Sunny, and he's like telling a story, and he's just all talking about some sort of story. I don't even fucking remember.
yeah, it's some kind of like
So
a robbery
anyway,
or something.
started blast.
He's just doing it.
Another
to like,
burn. So.
He's like doing it to like play pro gun and anti gun people against each other to make money somehow. I forget what the.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go down to Frank's gun shop or
Yeah.
whatever the dude's name is. There's some other guy.
Oh, and he encourages everybody to protest for gun rights, so they'll come to the shop where he's like invested and
Yeah.
buy guns. Yeah, Watson pisses over this bitch.
I was being silent, so I did the old climb up and over.
That was a good climb.
That way, whatever squad sets these fences will not know where they came from. Plus, it'll slow anybody
Yeah.
tries to hit our rear.
I'd be like, who fucking killed us? Yo, this circle might kill somebody.
Yeah?
Yo, this bush will hide us all.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if people
Fucking
can
death
even
bush.
see it.
You should
Or
put
they would
this
throw
death
like
bush.
one burning stick and off the other side.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice. This flatline skin, when you start getting kills, the 4 trapezoids on the side, and the other thing,
Yeah.
they start moving like an engine.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
in
yeah.
sequence,
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
like pistons.
fighting somebody. I feel like
Got a
Solid
care
Snake
package,
right now.
like, right in front of us.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I'm like pinging the bushes. Some shit.
Oh, I see the light. Yeah. Yo, here's somebody coming.
I'm hearing people.
Death
Should we light
Bush.
him up? You got Death Bush. Huh.
One
Oh, that
down.
dude wasn't dead?
Thermite grenade out. Give my shield to recharge. Fire in the hole. Enemy killed. I took care of it. Don't worry.
Hell yeah.
They dropped off the right side, right through that burn.
All right. All right. Oh, gas trap. Gas trap.
Ring's close. One more minute.
No, but
See
it's
anybody?
us and two other squads, so we're gonna get third party.
Yeah. Yeah. Be
Oh,
careful. Be
shit.
careful. Oh yeah. You want to go back into
Well,
the
their
circle?
dude died. Their dude died. The circle's this way, yeah.
Okay.
The Birdman died. I stopped shooting him when he crouched down and thought he was dead. But I
Somebody's
burned him
flying
to
in
death.
to our right, to the north. They're going up
Oh,
the balloon.
yeah.
They're going up the balloon.
We're going on the gay rocks, of course, and that's going to be out of the circle. So fuck that. I
Yeah,
say
let's
we
get
just
to our
deeper
high
in the
ground.
Circle.
Yeah. Oh, they're
Let
right
'em do
behind
the
us. They're
gay
right behind
shit.
us.
You want to keep moving just so we can't
Yeah.
get sniped by the
I
other
don't-
bitches?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Because
Here,
the other people third party us. Yep. See, now they're engaging each other. We're in the
to the
circle.
yes.
And they'll fight each other. Maybe we should
Yeah,
move
it's
even
about to
further
burn.
in so they don't know where we are.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I think that's a good
We can
idea.
go up on this like bridge or something.
Yep. Hell to the yes. Yeah, we're right on the edge. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm feeling the victory coming on.
Yeah. So there's people up there. They might see us. Where's the? All right, so we can hop in this building through this window here for an escape if we need
Okay.
to.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a kid right up there. I've only got 2x out. There's two of them. There's two of them.
Yeah, I just got 2x sights.
Are you
Yeah,
still up there?
they're right on the edge. I
Are you
just
shooting or is that them? That's them.
That's me, but I quit. I quit.
just make them use some shield cells before we get in a fight.
We gotta go.
Ooh, purple light mag. Fuck yeah, and a
There's a-
Bernie. There's shield cells
an-
in the bottom. I just saw. Oh yeah, I got.
We gotta
some
move
doubles
for the
down.
next circle. Oh, there's dudes right here. Dudes right here. So I'm not rushing. I'm just saying.
They're sliding down. Yeah,
Okay, they're
engaged.
probably fighting each other.
I say we climb up here.
Yep. Okay.
I think I hear somebody in this building though, not sure. They're engaging, maybe not. Maybe I'm just hearing you guys.
Yeah, I guess that is us.
I think they
They're right
asked
around
us
us
to
somewhere.
come kill them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't see him there.
Oh,
Oh, I
down in
hear
the
'em.
gay house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thermite grenade out.
Oh, I'm burning the shit out of them.
Thermite grenade out. Throwing arc star.
Oh, right here. That window.
Threw a grenade in there.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah, the red fucking shield.
Zero, your last one left.
There's still another squad left too.
Oh, and there's still two squads. So you can roll out and
Yeah,
oh, shit.
Yep.
Let them fight each other. Someone's getting somebody up. I'm just gonna start crawling towards the circle.
No. No. Fuck. So close. So damn close. But we got plenty. We did plenty good. I can't believe they didn't eliminate each other before that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's-
oh,
somebody must
it's
have
so-
been hiding.
It's so icy. Oh, it's so fucking icy.
Oh, you just got it too, that game? That's ridiculous.
Congratulations.
I think this is the first time I've ever been platinum. Thank you, sir. If you're still, let's see what you get after this match.
Don't we get
I got
what did we get for
36
it?
points.
Apex, a skin or something.
Oh,
A
motherfucker!
bag? Badge
got
and
platinum,
weapons
I mean-
cosmetic, it says.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't
when
know
you
you got
jump,
anything for making
your
the-
trail is white.
No, that's on the next one up. If you click on where it says like your rank above, like ready up thing, shows the rewards at the bottom. You don't get the dive trail till master, which is
But no, because
after
Diamond has a
platinum,
trail
after
too.
diamond, and then master.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
I'm
Well,
not.
you
Yeah, I'm
see
not
what
even
I
seeing
see.
where you're. Where you?
All right,
Are you
see
saying
where it
click
says
on your?
Y for ready, right? And then rank
Right.
leagues, and then click the thing on top of that,
Oh,
and that explains the whole rank league shit, how it works.
yeah, badge, weapon, cosmetic.
And tells you the
Badge,
rewards
weapon,
at the bottom.
cosmetic for diamond.
I was looking at this today.
Yeah, it only says dive trail for. What? Now wait a minute.
But then,
What is? Wait, what is this a new thing? Master and Predator? I mean, because it used
I
to
don't
be
ever-
Platinum,
I
Diamond.
don't ever remember
Predator.
there being a predator, right? No, I'm just kidding. I always know about that. But Master, I didn't. I read it today. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even know that was a thing.
They've changed it where Predator is top 500 players.
Oh, holy shit!
Wow, that's. Yeah, that's.
Oh, well, then maybe it used to be Diamond and Predator had dive trails, and now they added Master.
Oh yeah, I bet
Oh,
you're right.
maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
what
weird.
possible.
Diamond, Master, Predator. Okay.
And it says weapon cosmetic, but like I didn't get like a. Like, what is it? Like, random?
Yeah,
fucking
was it
something
not?
or
Tell
what?
us. Oh well, I guess if you go to your loadout, oh well, there's only 1 million bullseyes that show you the new shit. So which one is which? Yeah, I don't know where.
Exactly. Yeah, mine has a lot of shit in there. I don't.
I've got a new Mozambique skin. I've got a lot of new shit. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck.
Is it like a good one or?
Joe,
random?
I've got another one in me if you're wanting to strive a little more, whatever.
Yeah, I'll do one more. I'm too far to
Try for
make.
half. Yeah. I don't know. If we do really good this game, you might.
Yeah, how many points do
230?
you need?
So couldn't get it either way.
You got 201. And then 30. Yeah, P, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't fucking see any new. Like, what is this? I don't get it. Like, it's just a random fucking bullshit blue skin. Like, why would they even give you that? Like, who cares?
Yeah,
don't
no
get it.
idea.
I just checked everything that's new. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have some new stuff, but nothing good. It's all this like blue level shitty skins at whatever.
I don't know. Google it. I'll be right back.
No. Apex Legends, what weapon skin do you get for hitting platinum?
Did I leave the outside? Okay. Hey, buddy.
Oh. Weapon cosmetic.
back.
Yo, I figured it out. I looked it up. It's
Okay.
a weapon cosmetic, not a weapon skin. It's like a gun charm.
Oh,
I didn't get
okay.
to look at it yet, but yeah, it's probably
Just a
charm that says,
platinum
like,
shape.
platinum or
I
something.
mean, platinum
Yeah.
colored diamond or whatever.
Like I have some
Diamond-shaped
weird
platinum.
shit. It looks like an Apex, and there's gold on like my gold gun skin, so maybe that's like the gold one. I don't know. No. You back there?
I think.
So now we'll be playing in
Yeah.
platinum lobbies. It's gonna be even more difficult.
Oh, we're playing rank. Oh shit, yeah, we probably should just play the regular game.
Yeah, I need to
Oh, but
rank
yeah,
up.
you want to get more points this way.
Well, we're not going
Oh.
to. We're not going to.
So
fall
it's a
back to
charm.
platinum.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a
Well,
weapon charm. A gun charm. It said weapon cosmetic. It sounds like skin, but
Let's land here.
No, let's go here.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system,
I think we're alone here, but we got them landing up the bridge to our right there in the next zone.
ready, set, go.
Opie, I'll give you some backup, bud.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Talking to
what'd
my
you say, Joe?
dog.
Oh, okay.
there's that body shield for life.
Doggy shields.
Shotgun online. Eva shotgun here.
I just picked one up.
Optics here. Close range.
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
Oh shit! I'll wait till I throw this. The grenade into our stars there. Not a bad guy.
Opie, cut it out, bud. Actually, I'm gonna drop this 301.
R301 here. Standard stock here. Level 1. Extended heavy mag here. Standard stock here. Level 2. One more minute on the clock. Rings right there. So close. So close. Champion out. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mechanical Joseph.
Rings around the corner and we've got 30 seconds.
A shitload of light on now.
Syringe here. 10 till ring closes. Light ammo here.
Oh, Pete, relax, bud. You're gonna get some more.
Optics here. Close range.
No,
You
I
want
got
circle?
one.
Oh, you didn't want 3X, did you, Grim?
No, no. I just wanted to
Alright.
pick up that U after you dropped it. That's all. Shag it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go over here.
Oh, it's just been looted. Are you guys scared?
Alright.
Point against
I'm not
me.
scared.
Bitch ass bitches.
Hope we cut it up, bud.
Burn stick here.
It's good for how their mama gonna feel when we're done with them.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
check
we're
this shit
grabbing
out.
that burner stick.
What, the cage?
Whatever it is, gunshots are.
Oh, hold up, Grim. We're way behind you.
Now it's sounding far. Yeah, I'm just peeking.
Alright.
Sounded close, but now it sounds like it's like all the way over there.
Does anybody have any heavy ammo spare? I've got a single clip in my hemlock, and my only other gun's a Peacekeeper.
Yeah.
You didn't find another gun besides Peacekeeper yet?
Nah, I didn't even.
There's
Thanks.
heavy here. Here's the RE45. There's two more heavies. There's
Yeah,
stock.
I'll drop this fucking Peacekeeper.
I can use this shield thing though.
Oops, almost
Some light.
almost fucked up there.
And if you keep the other thing, there's that. Oh, I just dropped all that light ammo.
Yeah, I got some
Take a Honda
heavy.
right here.
I just picked up some from the cage.
100 light ammo right here. You see it? Yeah.
Oh, I got plenty of light. I'll pick up that 40 and leave the 60.
But I don't need it. So.
I
Tell
got
me if Joe needs it.
117.
I got plenty now. All right, yeah, we're good. We're
Alright,
good.
so there's people there.
Oh yeah.
There.
Whoa,
It's all
oh,
over
shit.
there. You guys want to go get involved?
Sure.
with that, or-
Yeah, I'm trying to see where they're at. Yeah, the fucking floating things are confusing me. The giant fucking dandelions.
Yeah.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Let's just smoke.
Over here.
Yeah, dude, running that way.
Are
Oh,
people
and
running
there's
this
a
way?
zip here, so I might try to zip back.
Behind this thing?
All right.
We could check out here.
Oh, and the circle's coming in.
I hear them. They're on the other side of this.
Oh, and there's somebody by me shooting
okay.
me.
Shit. Fuck! Yeah, yeah. He's on the edge of the circle over here, but there's one on
Oh
the
shit,
other
and the
side.
ring's coming in.
You guys save yourselves.
They're climbing up the mountain. Shit. Alright. Fuck. Coming out there. Oh, man. Yeah. Little squad. Yeah, we're in between them. Where'd they go?
I would just run. Way to go, way to go. Oh, here's a dude behind you. Two of them. Oh, good try, good try. Shit. That was a bad situation.
Damn, whoever killed me had like 6,600 kills. This
Oh, shit, well, you got, like-
dropping bad. And some big ass hammer bad.
You got, like, about the same number of kills, don't you?
Yeah, they have. I don't even know how many. Close to that. Yeah, they're better than me.
What's the skulls mean? A certain number in a single match?
If you get 20 kills in a match, it's like a bad
Oh,
20
fuck.
skulls running.
Alright, fellas. Well, it's not happening.
That's
a lot of
like
kills.
single-handedly killing a third of everybody.
Yeah.
It's
What'd you
not
say,
happening.
Joseph?
So I'm done for the night.
Alright, alright. Well,
Alright,
Well-
well, it'll be easier tomorrow.
I'll try to achieve platinum next season. We probably played ranked 2 or 3 nights when you weren't on, so you would have been here too. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just that schedule shit.
No, let's see. All right, fellas. I'll talk to you later, Wednesday or whatever.
Well, good games, guys.
Yeah, good games. Good games. Y'all have a good
Adios.
night. We'll see what level of silver we are tomorrow or whatever.
Yeah, probably bronze.
Yeah, hopefully not. I hope it's just 6 ranks. All right.
Yes.
Good night, guys.
Later.
Alright. So yeah, I was annoyed. Alexa, stop. I was annoyed like all night. They were just, it was like I was playing with randoms. Ignoring me. Couldn't hear me most of the time. Other times seemed like they were straight up ignoring me. Just running off, doing whatever. So I just stopped even communicating at one point. I just was running, doing my own thing. If they followed, they followed. If they didn't, they didn't. So, whatever. I'm annoyed. I don't even know if I'm going to play tomorrow. Season 5. I don't know. But, anyway, thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Whether it's Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube. Whether you were here for a minute, 5, 10, or an hour. I want to thank Grim for the games. Congratulations on Platinum. I want to thank Zero for the games. And congratulations on Platinum. Big shout out to Ozzy for stopping in, keeping the chat bumping. I really appreciate that. Especially because once they were ignoring me, I was done communicating. So, gave me somebody to talk to. Feeling less alone. Come on, RP, get down, bud. Get down. But yeah, so thank you. And I'll see y'all Wednesday or whatever. And to those that didn't stop by,